Hey, welcome to my channel. If you're new to my channel, my name is Laura, aka PURPLEXEDQT. If you're a returning subscriber, welcome back. And just to get the paperwork out of the way, this live and every live is sponsored by Energy Candles. For the most amazing luxury candles with Valentine's Day coming, you definitely want to get a candle. I need to put together a commercial for my sponsor. So that's coming by February 1st. I still have to update the website. It's been a weird weekend. So the Valentine's Days are coming. And also make sure you hit that like and subscribe. If you like what you see and you'd like to come back, then go ahead and hit that subscribe. Make sure you hit the bell so you'll know when I'm live, which I try to go live every day. Also, make sure you hit that thumbs up if you like this video. And if you don't like this video, hit that thumbs down because YouTube doesn't really give a shit about the algorithm. So you can hit thumb up or thumb down and it still gets me where I need to be. So, how you guys doing tonight? Oh, yes, she did, J Lord. Let me go ahead and say hi to everyone. What's up, Miss PJ, J Lord, Stephanie, Toaster Oven? I like that name. Amanda Sue, Mustang Sally, Capone in the house, Johnny Cuddy, Noni, Kaz, K-Rocks, Jura 13, Whistledown, Jerry, Betty, Muscles, a Mascara, Jean Lewis, Annie, Bonnie, Princess Lacey, Princess Elsa, Angela, and Crystal, my amazing mods. Thank you for being here and running a smooth show, especially when I'm on camera because I can't see everything. So let's get right into this. Tonight we're going for 20 super chats again. Buka's bothering me and Fluffer's on my lap. Hey, Debbie. So yeah, today we're going for 20 super chats, super stickers, either way. And I should get 50 for, like, literally for calling this out originally. Now, I have to give credit where credit is due, though. I did not search through the videos to find this. I honestly never watched the Drunk Turkeys video to find this. So I can't take credit for finding this, but I can take credit for calling this out before I even knew this existed. And I'm not surprised. I'm truly not surprised. Oh, I would be too, just a sub. I'm not surprised at all. Because everything always comes back to the scammers. Now, people can say what they want about Marissa. And they could say she's this and that. Marissa would never do something like this, ever. And whether you like her or not, you call a spade for what it is. She would never pull shady shit like this. She's done other shady shit, but she would never pull this kind of shady shit. And this has been done in every single case that this girl touches. And everyone say, oh, she's so innocent. She's so this. No, use your head, people. I've had people come in here, oh, you're just jealous. Not. Anybody can do this, just so you know. And one thing that always stuck in the back of my mind, how did the Drunk Turkeys, like, that was really sketchy to me. Who was pushing them? Where did these people go from not even 100 views to, 100,000? Where did this happen? Who did this? Who's pushing these people? Oh, well, lo and behold, now we're going to see how it's all connected. Just watch. So, I know she could. Oh, Marissa's not. Look, honestly, Edicor, I know you don't like Marissa, but I do know Marissa. She ain't shady like this. Like I said, she's done other shady shit. She would never do something like this. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to do what Olivia's done, but you have to be a certain kind of scammer to pull it off successfully in every single case that you encounter. Okay. Exactly, Pink Butterfly. I never heard of them either until all of a sudden they're getting thousands of views, tens of thousands of views. So I look into it. Okay, let me see. Well, all right. Like I said, I can't take credit for finding this because I didn't find this. So I will give credit where credit is due, and that would be to Heels in the Air. And then I will piece it all together if you don't understand. But I think her video is pretty self-explanatory. Hold on. Yep, and play the innocent card. Twin Cities, you're going to figure it out in a minute. How are your candles, by the way? Okay. Now, let me also state that when I first started watching the video, and at first I started thinking, okay, maybe Heels is wrong. Like, she's been wrong before, so maybe she's wrong. Thank you, Twin Cities. And that's what I thought. Maybe she's wrong. But then I watched the whole thing. And then I realized, nah, she's not wrong. She's definitely not wrong. Yep.
Olivia acts like she just met her, doesn't really know her. So the purpose of this video is to show she does know them. And I think she knows JLR better than any of them. But the one thing I found funny was how Kim says, it's too bad JLR can't get a legit job because he was in prison. Well, JLR...
Now, let me also say something, just so everyone understands. The only channels that Kim has gone on is Drunk Turkeys and Olivia. She allegedly just called in randomly to these two shows, okay? That's how it was known to us, that they were just calling in. They were innocent. This girl was an innocent person who didn't know either one of them, who happened to call into their show. Now, let's also not forget at the end of Drunk Turkeys that we heard she said, love you. Okay, keep watching. Just want to give that background.
He never says he doesn't have a legit job. He never tells anyone that. JLR always says he works for a real media company.
Now, with that said, and she's right, has anybody ever heard, hey Gina, has anyone ever heard the JLR talk about that he doesn't have a real job? Because I haven't. And I've known JLR for like 2 years already. I've never heard him say he doesn't have a real job or even express that he hasn't had a real job. Because honestly, from what I see, he makes money somehow, and it's not from YouTube, but he's got money. I don't know how, but he does. So, I mean, he travels all over. I am sure Donald Trump ain't paying him, but he might be. Who knows? But JLR has never talked about a job, ever. So keep that in mind.
Only someone that knows him would know he doesn't really have a legit job, because he doesn't. I will give him that his YouTube is apparently turning out to be a job. I will give him that, and Olivia. not so much that other one. I mean, tragedy pimping is a real job, right?
Spoke with Kim and you had some things, come out.
No, he didn't get paid. He lost every lawsuit he ever did. He was in federal prison. Yeah, he's talked about his past, but he's never talked about not having a legitimate job.
From her. Are you going to be putting anything with her or any of the comments that she made?
Yeah, I have something I'm putting together.
Now, you see that smile she gave when he asked her? How did these two people even hook up? That's my question. Heels doesn't say that. That's my question. Why did they even know each other? Just saying.
I'm gonna give you credit in the beginning because she was you guys were the first ones that she called into. So
Kim, we have a question from our chat. Some folks are wondering, did you mention that there was 2 cars at one point outside, or?
So my belief is that there's 2 cars. That's what I believe. I believe
Right,
one
but
is
you don't
for-
have anything.
Is Lana and Daniel twins or something? Like literally, are they twins? What's with the sunglasses and the backwards hat, Lana? Unbelievable. Scammer. I can't call Big Blue a scammer.
Concrete
Well, there's
about
pictures
it.
of that car on Greek Girl, yeah, at UI.
Okay.
And I don't know why they're not sharing that name, but they all know whose car it was,
Thank you, Mark.
right? So, I
agree.
You can say whatever you want about JLR.
For some reason, she transitions over to JLR after saying that about the Elantra, but I don't know why.
I agree.
You can say whatever you want about JLR. I don't care. He owns his shit. He did his time. Paid for his time. He is.
And watch how their expressions change after she talks about texting them and talking them.
Thank you, Adhikar. Okay, can someone tell me why Kim is even talking about JLR? Nobody was mentioning JLR at all whatsoever. But why is she even... I can't stand BHB. But why is she even mentioning JLR? And him getting a job? Why? Where did it come from? Nowhere.
To them before.
If you want somebody to dig something up, check
I'll find it.
Oh my! Honest to God, it's too bad he went to prison and he can't get a legit job because he's a felon. Because he's brilliant. I'm thinking to myself, how did you find that? I'll shoot him something and he'll find it, and it'll pop up. And I shoot to you all the time, right? All of you guys.
The expressions are priceless.
I shoot just with discretion. I have 4 people I shoot to. You two,
Believe
him, and Olivia.
I just want to say, Kim, thank you for coming on tonight. Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. And if you give me your number, I'll shoot you text too, because I shoot the detective all day long. If I see it, I shoot it to him.
Yeah.
Do I not?
You're drunk.
Yeah.
Right?
Called into the Drunk Turkey Show, and they did a good job of vetting her.
There was certain validation that needed to be done. Now, the person that called us in stated that she had a daughter and a son that attended WSU, and they had friends and a roommate that were close to the situation.
I called the FBI on the 13th, actually, because I knew my daughter received the text. That is all true. She had received the text by 10 a.m.
Kim mentioned to me that she talks very fast, so let's be nice in the comment section. You can slow down the speed of this video if you would like.
All the Wazoo's records or the Pullman police records are things are missing. So, yes, the hit and run I knew about, but there's something else that occurred and I'm not quite sure. I truthfully, honestly,
What's up, Molly?
Not been on Molly.
You
Who, right?
know, something else missing. My keys. My keys are missing.
I have.
One thing I can say in defense of Molly for that, if Molly only gave $20, you really don't take it seriously. When Molly drops 100, then you take it seriously. When she drops 20, she's just doing it to support Olivia. That I can tell you. I know Molly long enough to know that. But put that aside. I'm sorry, but can we watch that again? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Just another scam going on. Why is Lana hysterical laughing about it? 2, can someone please tell me why Olivia was hysterical laughing about it? JLR stuff under description, but no clue if it real jobs or titles. I absolutely do not think that the caller is legit. Play all of this, Laura. Hold on. Play all this, Laura. Drunk idiot blew it. Lana knew it. Oh, for real? Like, for real? I know, a water bottle, she found something in every case. Every case. But to know that even this was faked and now they got drunk turkeys involved, well, now it all makes sense. Perfectly makes sense now. Oh, the video is down now? No shit. Which video? This one? Or their video? Thank you, Cheryl. Olivia's video or Drunk Turkey's video? Birds of a feather. And I knew they were fucking shady. I didn't know how. Hey, Sarah, I didn't know how. I didn't know if I was right. But something in my gut said, these guys don't come out of nowhere. Thank you, Muscles. And thank you, Cheryl. 17 more to go. But honestly, though, I am blown away. Oh, Olivia's is down, but not Drunk Turkeys. Oh, why did Olivia bring her video down? Make it make sense. Exactly, PJ. Well, actually, it can make sense. I'm always right. I'm not always right, but a lot of times I am. Tyler played on his live yesterday. No, they're talking about Drunk Turkeys, not Olivia's. Shit, thank you, Green Eyed. Total scam. 100%. But again, I can't take credit for finding that. That was all heels in the air. Why the girl on Drunk Turkey look like a dude? That's Lana. Welcome to Lana. Talked about how they could use that in court. They probably got scared. Oh, maybe. I didn't think about that either. I just think a lot of people gave her shit. But what the fuck? But I said it last week. I'm like, don't trust these guys. There's something off. All right, here it is. This is the one with Lana.
Hey there.
So this is a 3-hour live. Obviously, I'm not playing the 3-hour live, but we're going to speed up to where Kim calls in. But just so you guys know, and I'm not trying to be an asshole, but Truth and Transparency, Lana, thank you, Brittany, was taken to court. Exactly. Jane Doe 1 and 2. I could not remember. But no, they weren't crisis actors. They were fucking, that was Olivia. I mean, you could tell by the accent it was her. And like I've said, I do not believe for 1 second, not for 1 fucking second, that that's really how it went down with Consalvis. Why didn't she find other people? There's hundreds, I'm sure she followed hundreds of people. Why Olivia?
chat. Who was that? You didn't have to do that. You a bad dog supporter and you do that.
Look up homeless man Lana or Shazam Lana on YouTube. It'll tell you everything about Lana you need to know. Yeah, I don't watch any of her videos. And I wasn't even a follower of Unmasked, but what she did to her was fucking vile. Vile. And I try to give these two guys credit for not really knowing anything, not knowing the background, like they're new. No. They're all now it explains why they're involved with all these scam people. Perfect, I'm telling you, perfect way to get thousands of followers. Just say you know somebody connected to the case and boom, there you go. Half the community is just going to run with it and believe you. They should be arrested. I totally agree. Oh, Lana's disgusting. All right, let me find where Kim comes on, because that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, Blue, we hear you, but we can hear us.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Look at the private chat,
Thumbs
bro.
up if you can hear me.
Look at the private chat.
Lana is from a channel called Truth and Transparency. She was literally taken to court for stalking another creator. She blames Shanann Watts for her own death. She's a vile, vile human being. And she's just gross, honestly. I'm willing to be your inside source. Believe me, I almost set something up. I did. We were gonna do it as a spoof and tell everybody at the end that we were only fucking around, it wasn't real. And I've dropped hints along the way, and then I chickened out. I can't do it because I can't lie to you guys. But I wanted to see what would happen. How many subs would I get? How many people would fall for it? We were gonna set something up, and then I decided not to. But yeah, Lana's disgusting.
Chat. Private chat. All right.
Lana,
Yeah, we can hear you, Blue.
can you hear me?
Oh, she said that they picked BK out of a lineup? Well, that's a lie.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Hi, Blue.
Can you hear me? Thank you for coming on the show tonight.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Hi, Blue.
Hi.
Hi.
So now Kim's calling them boo. She's calling Truth and Transparency boo. And she's all smiles. I really feel bad for subs that fall for this bullshit over and over and over again. People, wake up. Please, please stop wasting your time on these fucking scammers. They're all scamming you. All these people that want to concentrate on tragedy pimps, change your focus, because there's people out here that are really fucking scamming and nobody's saying a word about it. It's unreal to me.
Thank you for coming on the show tonight.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Hi, Blue.
Hi.
Blue, I'm gonna have to mute you, bro.
I'm buzzing a tad bit. I drink.
Walk the plank. The only thing I'm going to say on this, because I don't want to keep interrupting this, if you're a good person, you're not taken to court by another YouTuber for stalking, and you lose big time. So I disagree that she's a good person.
This is damn.
I'm
lost the
enjoying
bottle.
it.
All right, but I'm gonna have to remove you because your echo's pretty bad, bro. All right, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. So I just sent Kim the link over. Hopefully she.
Want any student or family to think that I think their kid did something wrong or they did something wrong. I think your kids and missteps occur and it's your life and we've just had this really unfortunate event. And if I don't say something as a human being, as a person on this planet, and a mother, and God forbid it happens again, I just, it's not acceptable. We all have to say something. And I'm not the only one who knows something. And so if I'm wrong, I am happy to be wrong. I want to be wrong, actually. I don't want this to be as horrific as I feel like it is. So that's where I'm coming from. And it's not just about my kids. It's about all of these kids.
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Wait, but how is she wrong if she got all this information from her daughter as fact? So how is she wrong? Everyone's putting it out as she's so credible. I sat here screaming that it's a fucking opinion if you listen carefully. But no, she's credible. It came from her daughter. Yeah.
I think
For
that
sure.
it's if you know something, you should say it, and I think that you should encourage the people, like whatever would make it be like hearsay for you, to be like, hey, just tell them what you know, type of thing.
Was that you didn't have to do that? You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
Thank you, Huda. Clip 2020, Kaylee's friend said she called Kaylee at 10 a.m. She sounds like she knew it early. Now, it's funny that you say that, though, because according to Kim, all the friends are lying. Because I saw that 2020 episode. It was heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. And according to Kim, though, they're all lying. She's the only one telling the truth.
Right.
Lead by example. So I think that's great.
I think that's the only way we can do it with raising children and I'm happy to take that heat off of the girls in her sorority house. And I did call the FBI on the 13th. It might have been the 14th because it might have been late at night when we got home. So it could have been the 13th or the 14th, but it was right when I got home and got into range. We don't have very good range. Really, honestly, you only have about 2 hours of good range between Pullman and Seattle. So
What service do you use?
Verizon.
Verizon. Okay.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of question marks about
Brian
a lot
had
of people have been
AT&T.
saying, yeah, Brian had AT&T. I think AT&T is the service around there that is the most strongest.
Yeah, and I know that the school does provide. So everybody but the kids in Greek.
Here's my other question. When he first started this case, he said specifically, I have a friend close there. Well, if you have a friend there, why don't you ask her or him who gets the best service? But you need to ask Kim what service she had, and you only mention Brian. What about your friend? How come if I had a friend near a case, I'm going to ask them every possible question about the area. I'm going to find out as much as I can about the area. I would actually know that answer. I wouldn't need to ask Kim, who I believe is your friend, and this is all a made-up story.
For Greek live outs at Wazoo, they have Wi-Fi provided to them. So he actually doesn't even own his own Wi-Fi, so the police could get access to it, I believe. I think.
Brian was on the university's Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Right. So that's not really his. He doesn't own that. Right? That's
correct. They could. That's why actually they didn't make any there was no talk about the router because he didn't have one.
Yes, they don't have a router. In fact, my son's room had he lived in a single, and he had the whole system was in his room. He's like, oh, score. Yeah. I have perfect Wi-Fi, right? So it's very.
Okay, I got a serious question though, which I don't know the answer to. How did they know that Brian was on the school's Wi-Fi? And how would he be on the school's Wi-Fi if he didn't live on campus? Wi-Fi doesn't go that far. So if someone could explain, maybe I missed something, maybe I didn't hear something, but I don't really understand that. Brian didn't even live on campus. So how was he on the school's Wi-Fi? When was he on the school's Wi-Fi? And how the fuck would they know that? So I'll keep playing it, but if someone could fill me in, I'd love to know.
It's very rough around there. It's it's agricultural land. They're great schools and campuses. The teachers are. I mean, I have no complaints about anything other than the fact that nobody looks at Greek Row hard enough to control it, and it's out of control, and kids are getting hurt. And they're exposed. I don't think these girls invited this at all. I think it
No, I don't think
happened to them. I think they were naive and trusting, and I think they're really kind. I think they're my daughter. She's super kind, right?
No, the house Wi-Fi, I know that came out somewhere, but they're saying that he was connected to the school's Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi doesn't go that far. You would have to be at the school to be at the school's Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? Like, I can see him being at school's Wi-Fi when he's at school, but he can't be on the school's Wi-Fi if he's driving to Moscow. How they know that it was the school's Wi-Fi? There's no. That's what I'm saying. You can't have it that far. Like, Wi-Fi just doesn't work that far. It doesn't go that far. He would only be on the school's Wi-Fi when he's at the school. Who has 7 grandchildren, Lana or Kim?
Right? She'll stop and she'll pick you up if you've fallen down or whatever. I mean, that's how these kids are on the campuses. They trust. And
I also think that, like, when you have a house like that they had, and they had a bunch of friends, that's not a secret. They had a bunch of friends.
Right. Sure.
You don't realize that, like, what your friends could possibly be doing at your house. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
if you have no idea what your friends could be possibly doing. Like,
Right.
you know, if you actually watch some of the body cams that I put out, were some of the girls, when they were walking out, they were asked, like, whose house is this? And they're like, now either they were, like, lying because they didn't want to say whose house it was, or they legit on September 1st, if you think about it, they would have just been in school for a couple weeks. Well, we actually don't know whose house it is. You know what I mean? We were just told to, you know, come here. Like, we're having like a pregame or whatever.
Right.
And when you think about that, that actually is like, think about when you were in college. I mean, I know when I was in college, I didn't know whose house I was going to. I could tell you, I'm going to the baseball party. I'm going to a baseball party, or I'm going to the soccer house. But to say, like,
and I'm definitely not answering the door if the police are there, because I'm not getting an MIP.
Okay, I'm not a genius, but I'm pretty sure you need a router in order to get Wi-Fi at your house. Am I wrong? Like, am I wrong on that? Because I just don't know. But I worked in tech support long enough that I'm pretty sure you need a router. School can't just randomly put in Wi-Fi. You definitely need a router. He's a teacher assistant. He gave them good grade. But I don't have kids in college yet. No router, never mind. Lana just said the King Road house didn't have their own Wi-Fi or router, and the school gave them Wi-Fi. But they didn't take a router from his house. Hotspot from a phone, yeah, but they didn't take a router from his house. Thank you, Huda. So I don't get how they provided Wi-Fi. No, you're not wrong. I'm on Wi-Fi from the pizza joint I live above. So you need a router, unless you're right there. Yes, you can steal it from a neighbor, but you can't steal it from a school down the road. You have to be, like, right there. Not his house when he was at their house. But they said that he was connected to the schools. My point is, I think they're lying, just making up shit, is what my point was.
And they know this, these kids, right? And so I think it's normal behavior. And that's the stuff that those friendships are built on, right? There's my daughter's, her house that I can't say the name of it, but it's a name I would rather it not be called. But it's, you know what? She wanted to live there. She loves it there.
First of all, can I say hi, Kim?
Hi. Oh, I love you. You are just like a giant bear. And the drunker you get, the sweeter you get. So keep on going, my friend.
Hey, I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Buddy. Take 2 aspirin, right?
Yeah. My girlfriend says, you know, I'm a big bear.
Yeah.
I'm a big bear.
You know what? There's a lot of great in being a big bear. I'll tell you that. That's
But,
a good
you know,
thing from.
I cannot drink it. Most people in this fucking world, and I love you.
I love you too, and I'm
he
gonna
thinks
let
he
you not
can.
drink me.
Oh my God, Blue.
I
So,
know I
yeah.
can.
So sweet.
Look at that.
I know you can.
Look,
Let me see that passion fruit.
the vodka's
I
gone.
actually think you
I drink a
drinking more
whole
than
bottle
my
of vodka
weight.
for you.
Ah.
Hope you're on.
Okay, WSU Wi-Fi was included at the complex he lived at. It's for Washington State students. Okay, so there was a way to hook it up without a router. Okay, gotcha.
Drug me.
Yeah.
So
It's
sweet.
gone.
So
Make sure
cute.
you guys hit that thumbs up. Make sure you hit
Yeah.
that thumbs up for our boy Blue.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my, really very sweet, very funny. And you know, this is such a hard time, and my daughter, and I will be honest with you, my daughter is less than pleased with me, and I don't care. I mean, we'll get over it, or she will, or whatever. But they're not afraid because there's a guy in jail. And what if it's not? And I'm not. Before I get the hate, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, what if they got the wrong guy?
Right.
We don't know.
Or what if
And
they don't have
yes,
everybody?
She is like the Megan girl. And Megan's another one I called out from day one. I actually blocked her. Even Gray got mad at me for it. And I'm listening to this. I'm blown away. Absolutely blown away. I just can't with this. Like, are you kidding me? Now she's like, maybe Brian didn't do it.
You know?
and that's my thing too. This is so what I allowed to share. Maybe I'm not. And I really think they would throw my ass in jail. What are they going to do, right? I'm a mom.
Hey, exercise your First Amendment. Go ahead.
Right.
You're not
There
gagged.
are two crimes that were committed on the same night, and I think it's just by chance. I think I don't necessarily know that Kaylee was the target. I actually think she wasn't the target. I think she was disliked passionately by somebody, and that's why he took it out on her. But I think maybe the intended was a different person. But there's a fraternity house there, and I'm going to say it, guys, because I've said it to you on social media, so I'm going to just say it out loud. If you're a Sigma Chi and you go to U of I, collectively get your friends together, protect yourselves, and go and tell them what happened. That's what I'm telling you.
One thing.
Yeah.
This is the real Kim. You can't make up her voice. She has that voice. You can't make it up. This is her, guys.
I know my cousins have all called me from New York.
This is the real her. It ain't no fakes. It ain't no Collins. This is her, guys.
You know what? And I want to be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize to everybody. I don't want Dylan to be hurt. I think they were at all. I mean, a misstep is a misstep. If she just didn't know, if she saw some, I think they were going to be roughed up. I think when. Okay, what I think, my belief is that, and it could be just my mom instinct, but I have 7 kids. They're all pretty good, so I think I have instinct there. And I think that they were done. That Kaylee didn't want to do this. Maddie didn't want to do this. Anna wanted nothing to do with this. I think that there was a neighbor who likely is the one who called 911, who was doing it the year before when his girlfriend lived in the house and selling out of that house. And I believe the house was the target and the girls didn't want any part of it. It was the first semester, if you think about it, that they were all living collectively together. So I think that they were sucked into something they didn't know was.
Oh, damn. Damn. Ann Pulley for the win. Oh my God. I didn't even fucking think of that, Ann. You're a genius. Anyone remember who Kim Kaufman is? She might be right. Ann might be 100% right. And if anyone has a clip of her voice somewhere, I will send you a candle. I will send you a free candle if this turns out to be Kim Kaufman. But that is fucking on point. I totally forgot about her. If you can find me a clip of it being her, you're a genius. A fucking genius. You don't think it's Kim's voice? I don't remember her voice. That's why I said I need a clip.
In front of them by somebody who they trusted. They trusted people. Nobody ever hurt them before. It's like my kids. My kids don't know what it's like. A lot of these kids.
Kim, I just want to say, in real life, you don't know who to trust, babe. You don't know who to trust. Everybody was stabbing in the back.
So wait, can I ask you a
I
question?
hate that
Sorry.
though. Yeah, yes. Yeah, go ahead.
So, because I did some deep digging into the people that had been living there the year before
Mhm.
because people
Oh,
were really
good.
confused about
Mhm.
whose actually house it was and
Mhm.
like how that all came about.
Mhm.
Maddie lived with a group of girls
Mhm.
from the Pi
Five, correct.
Yeah. So Maddie actually lived there her junior year with
Correct.
a group of people.
Correct.
And then over the summer, when Maddie went, she went and actually lived with her boyfriend in Boise for the summer.
Right.
And she sublet quote unquote her room, as
Mhm.
well as one of the other girls sublet her room to Dylan.
Mhm.
And these girls started moving in like during the summer. And you
Right.
know how like you can, instead of me coming and taking over and being put on the lease,
Right.
I
Yeah.
just pay you. I give you your
Right.
deposit, you know, and
Yes.
then when I move out, I'll get the deposit. You know what I mean? You'll give it
Mhm.
back to me, like versus like us
Uh-huh.
putting down names. It's just like a quicker thing. And then like let's say that
You're
you're scared.
exactly right.
Yeah, let's
And
say
it's
that
a really bad policy, but they do it. And I'm a real estate broker. They do it. It's a
yeah.
really bad plan.
But
And
also
they
let's
just
say
roll
that
it
I'm
over.
nervous. Let's say that I'm nervous, like, oh my God, I have a pass. Like maybe they won't accept me because
All right, two-part question. One, Kim Kaufman was Chris Watts' girlfriend. She started this whole thing that Chris Watts was innocent. Her and Lana were like in on it together. And they did this whole fucking path about how, whatchamacallit, how Chris Watts is innocent. They did this whole campaign. I have a question though. Am I failing you guys? And the reason I say that is everything that Lana's saying, I would never look that deep and get that personal with a victim and her whole life. Am I failing? Do you guys want that? Do you want to know every detail of somebody's life? I don't see the relevance of it. That's why I've never done it, because it's not like she's alive and, you know, free. I could see detailing Brian's life, but do you guys want stuff like that? Honestly, am I failing you guys? Hell to the no. Okay, because that's kind of how I see it. But you guys are my audience, so I just want to know if that's what you guys wanted, because I think it's ridiculous. And I'm listening to her cringing, like, why are you so fucking invested in this girl's life? You're not a cop. Her living with a boyfriend somewhere else has no part of anything. Thank you, Allie. All right, I just want to make sure that I wasn't failing you guys, like, big time. Because, yeah, I think it's weird. I really do. I think it's fucking weird. Lana and Kim were tight, from what I remember. I don't think Kim has a channel anymore, unless it's still up. Not unless you need to know exactly. It's still there, Green Eyed? Alright, hold on.
You a boss and I conclude that. Super chat, who was that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
Hold on. Chris Watts. The Revelation? J for J. I don't see it. All I see is Jay's channel. Nah, I don't see it. I don't see it. If someone could show me the channel, great, but I don't see it. All right, I just want to make sure I wasn't failing anyone.
I have a felony. And I'm not saying that anybody does, but like,
yeah,
think
right.
about
I
that.
hear you. Sure. I never
Think
even
about
thought
that.
of. Gosh,
You know?
I never even considered that actually, because you know they're young, right?
Yeah, like
And-
who maybe they have something and they're just like, oh my God, like
They're all young.
I don't want
They're
them to
young.
run a background check on me.
right,
because-
and right. And the thing is, and somebody's gonna. It's like a pyramid scheme, kind of, because eventually that landlord's gonna sell that property, and somebody's gonna have to pay the damage deposit, and it's gonna be way more than $400 somebody paid in 1976.
And I just want to bring up, this is the real Kim. I know voices.
I love you, Blue.
For y'all guys think
You know
it's
what?
nothing. This is a little hard.
I don't even pay attention to the trolls anymore. New word for 2023. Troll.
So
I did it last night.
there's a lot of people asking who's Kim and whatnot. So Kim is the person that we spoke to a week ago maybe now, where she came on the phone, stated that she had 2 kids who were attending WSU, and had some possible information based on the what her kids may know. And as far as vetting her, what I did was she had given me names of certain people that were involved. And one of them was a athlete at the University of Idaho. Chronicles of Olivia came out, said it was a football player. I will say that is accurate. It was a football player.
Yeah, you didn't say that. You didn't tell what sport he was in. But she did, and that's okay too. You know? I mean,
right. I didn't want to say the sport, but she put it out there already. So it is what it is. So it was a football player.
I already made a call to the AD anyway to have him talk to.
Right.
Yes, love.
I want to thank you very much for coming on the show. You know,
anytime, buddy.
Anytime. Can I do a show where I got to drink and I got to enjoy myself? And you know, everybody out there, there's 3,000 of y'all out there. You know,
it's a lot. I think it's viral.
This is me on a free day, no work. I'm taking a shot for y'all. Look, cheers, my friends. Cheers.
Oh my God.
There's no cup, no bottle. This bottle. You know. Cheers. Cheers, my friends. Cheers.
Cheers, my friend.
Lana, thank you very much for being on the show.
You're welcome. I will do it anytime. I don't know if I would never have more information than I have right now.
I want to see somebody outdrink me.
Dude, I think it's already happened tonight, bro.
I think that you would win. I think you could go to camp. I think you could go to one of the fraternity houses and you would win that bet.
Salud, my friends. Salud.
Salud, right?
Salud.
Oh yes. Right.
You could be on my beer Olympic team any day.
Yeah. So
I need to know before I hang up with you. What are your sports, lady?
I played golf and basketball.
Golf and basketball. Oh, you are a rock star. I knew you were a baller. I have all ballers, but I didn't pick golf.
Yeah.
Like, I bet you played good. What position in basketball?
I was a point guard.
A true point guard.
Yeah. I could shoot the rock though.
You could.
Yeah, that's the only reason I got a scholarship.
Good for you.
My girlfriend's daughter's a guard, and I've been giving her pointers, and
right.
You know, that's all I can do.
I married a 6'5" man.
Whistler Dan, your timestamp is wrong. There's nobody there. Lana's still talking. Thank you, Lead with Love, and thank you, Jerry, for 6 months. Woo, woo. All right, it's not Kim.
You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
You tell Danielle, Lana, deep down. Oh, Lana's an idiot, though. It's amazing when people do 15 minutes of fame. I totally agree. Keep playing me. I will. Hold on.
And I'm 5'4" nothing, and unfortunately he takes after his mother, so he honed his 3-pointer and he's a killer. So, but he's not the tallest tree out there, but he shoots, he runs, he runs hard, right? Good for you.
Shoot the rock from like 5. You know, just you want to be able to shoot the rock from about 2 to 3 good steps off the 3-point line. You want to have that range, spread the defense out.
I can drop bombs from the 3-point line.
I will tell you my
right.
Yes, right. And he's thrown a few from mid-court that have hit it for a buzzer beater.
I can hit them for bombs. I can hit them.
You can hit them? I just rebound.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a gymnast. I rebound. I just run after them.
No, I pass. I hit the 3-point bomb every time.
The detective's going to rein us back in because we're getting off topic.
Oh, God.
So, thank you for everybody coming on our show.
Anytime, my friend. Thank you for paying attention.
That bottle of vodka didn't do shit to me.
I think it did, Blue. I think it did.
I think you'll say differently tomorrow
I
morning.
can hit a bar tonight. It's burning 9:30 in the fucking PM, bro.
Oh, you're in our time zone.
Yeah.
We're in my time zone.
I'm in your I am in your time zone. I am in your phone call. So yes,
We're in
I
big
am.
blue zone right now.
Let's take
It's
that.
too early. It's too early, sweetie. I can go have another 20 more drinks. Anybody want to come out with me?
Oh,
No.
Blue.
no.
I'm
I'd
good
be
for
a fan.
another
Stay
2
home,
more
Blue.
hours.
Stay home. Stay home, Blue.
Yeah, no
So-
driving. Where are your keys?
You know, I don't drive. I don't drive when I
Good
drink.
boy. Yes, not even
No.
one, not even a sip. That's the rule.
No.
Which,
I
can I
drink.
just say that about the kids? They called for a ride. Like, they're not out there driving and drinking and driving. So their cars
Right.
to be lined up perfectly like that. Well, that's where they park them probably on Monday.
Mhm.
Right? Because they're usually walking to class, because typically I know at Wazoo they get tickets. I don't even let my kids have their car at school because it's just a nightmare. It's a pain. I had a kid who went to UW. He's in DC now, but he went to the UW, and I had $780 worth of tickets in a year. Like, you kids are
What?
not taking their parking tickets.
What?
And
Damn,
you
I'm
can't
sorry.
re-register your tab.
Yeah, I would have slapped my kid by one ticket, not two. And I won.
Well, he gets paid nothing. He's got a double major and a minor, and he gets paid nothing to work in Congress.
I
So
know.
I'm just going to give back.
Kids are gonna be kids, Kim.
Yeah, they're going to be kids. Kids are going to, and they're going to misstep. And these kids
They're
are
gonna be
beautiful
kids,
kids.
you know,
And we're stuck with garbage on the streets because these kids are gone.
You know what? Thank you, Kim, for coming on. Thank
You're
you for
welcome.
all the information you gave us.
You're welcome.
And this is the real Kim, guys. This isn't the fake Kim. This is the real Kim. I know her voice. She has
the
an
world
accent.
apparently does now.
My ears can pinpoint that accent from 10 miles away. I just want to say thank you.
I think I need Aloysian school, like, My Fair Lady or Pygmalion. I think I need to go to her instructor. What is it? The T? I keep trying to say it slowly, but I can't. So I'm working on it.
Kim, I'm out of liquor. What should I do?
Hey Kim, can I ask you a question?
You absolutely may.
Yes, ma'am.
So when your daughter, mentioned this to you, and you're like, "Hey,"
kudos to Lana for bringing it back down. Thank you, Lana. Thank you for showing some kind of fucking direction on an interview. Appreciate it. I mean that sincerely. Kimmy's Google and Chris Watts. It's not her. Thank you, Huda. Yes, Coffee. No, we don't know. Kim could be a real Kim, but Kim is connected to JLR, probably Lana, definitely Olivia. Yeah.
the time this all happened, and she tells you
Who is that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
the time, and then more things start happening. Were you just like, "Hey, hon, like that's not what they're saying"? Did you like
What
have
I
a heart to heart with her, or like?
Well, so nobody was saying anything at the moment because I heard about it on the 13th, and I'm like, why did it call? So my conversation with my daughter was from the 13th until Thanksgiving, when she got home for Thanksgiving break, was why did they call the police? Like, I just could not get my head around why didn't 911? You guys they know how to.
I did, Huda. I read it. It said that it wasn't Kim Kaufman. I appreciate it.
They have a whole plan for setting up against a shooter.
They know how to stop, drop, and roll, but 911 is something different.
Well, the thing was, I just could not get my head around it. I'm like, Pate. She goes, well, I don't know, Mom. It was just a party house, so it always happened. I'm like, Peyton, that doesn't make sense. The horrificness of this, and I don't think she knew. I don't think it registered.
Wait. Actually, that makes sense to me because she said like this always happens. So hold on one second. Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Because did they first think somebody like overdosed or no?
No.
That was never a thing.
That is not what okay, so no, that is not what because when Peyton came down, I just said her name.
Let's
So when
let's
she came
start
down,
off let's start off in the beginning. So
Okay.
so you got the alert at 5 o'clock, right?
about 5 o'clock, my husband and I were leaving from parents' weekend there, and
Right.
our phones beeped. Each of us families get beeped whenever there's an alert. They call it a Coug alert.
Zava's engaged. She was single like a week ago or a month ago. Now she's engaged. Really?
Like a vandal alert.
Right.
And so
And
they
so-
said campus is shelter in place, campus is on lockdown. So my husband immediately calls my son, and I immediately call my daughter.
Huda, I did, hon. The 2 messages, I went back as far as I could, and it said that it wasn't Kim Kaufman. I did check it. I even went back again, thought I missed something.
So, so I was speaking with my daughter, and I said, Pate, where are you? You need to shelter in place, lock your doors, get down, go low. And she said, I already know, Mom, what happened. I'm like, what? And she said, I said, what do you know? And she said, now I'm going to try and I'll give you the verbatim conversation. So, but if I misspeak, it's just because I don't have it in front of me. But what she said to me was that she knows that her friend, who is her sorority sister, not her roommate, and she's her sorority sister. My daughter is in a sorority at Wazoo, and her sorority sister is in a different program interning, so she's not on the campus. So she doesn't have a home in Pullman, but when she's in Pullman, she'll either stay at like my daughter's house or another friend's house or the sorority house. So when she's visiting,
Wazoo sounds like a made up fucking name to me. Sorry.
who?
It's not Blue. It's not.
I know.
So she said to me, so then, oh, you're very funny. But she said, I said, well, what happened? She said, 4 kids. I really want to be sensitive when I'm not going to tell. She said what happened to the 4 students, and that she knew about it at around 10 o'clock in the. I don't think she said that at first. She said what happened to the kids, and I said, how do you know? And she said, well, my sorority sister. I said, when? And she said, I don't know, like around 10 or whatever. And I said, well, you didn't say anything. She goes, I don't know. I don't think it registered, honestly, because the horrificness of it, I think, was just not something they could even comprehend in the moment. And they weren't there and they didn't know them. They only know the person that told them. Well, which is why I felt it was trustworthy, because I do know this young woman and she's lovely. I mean, she's a great girl. I have nothing bad to say about her. And so, it was just information she had, but she didn't have a connection to it necessarily. She didn't know what it looked like until then the alert came out and this is still happening. And I'm like, and I said, well, Peyton, what happened? Like, she goes, I said, how do you know that happened? And she said, because there were 2 roommates that didn't weren't hurt. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
There's over 3,000 people in the live wanting to know, as a worried mother, do you think your children are safe as a worried mother?
Well, I have a son who just transferred to ASU, and I have a daughter who had brain surgery, and she's absolutely fine. Her senior year of high school.
Are you worried?
And am I worried? Yeah, terrified. But she's also a 21-year-old woman with a good.
Oh, I couldn't agree with that more, Huda. They made us doubt Kylie Rodney's death. Then they messed up Summer's case, Quinton's case, now Idaho student's case. Tampering with cases is bad. You forgot Chris Watts. But I totally agree with you. 150%.
Good head on her shoulders. And I, at some point, have to trust God and stop fighting with her. So, I mean.
Right.
Yes, if I had my choice, she'd be going globally. And that makes me feel better, but that doesn't make her feel better. And so I just have to be a parent to an adult child rather than a parent to like a kindergartner, right? That requires her being making decisions for herself and her life. And I have to accept that. I hate that. Everybody knows I hate that because I am bossy. So, but yeah.
Oh, Janessa, you weren't here earlier. I can't fucking stand Lana. I'm out to prove that she's involved in this scam. That's why I'm playing it. Thank you, Lead With Love. Lead With Love just donated 10 memberships. Kendra, Team D-Side. Thank you, Green Eyed. Woohoo! Phil, you missed it. Phil, it skipped right over you. You're right in the middle. It totally skipped right over you. Thank you, Green Eyed. I can't believe it skipped right over Phil.
I don't love it that she's there. I'm terrified for her to be there, but I have to trust her.
Can I ask you a question about the police, like the way that
Sure.
they've ever handled everything? Like, have they ever had any issues with?
Oh, they know me by name.
But like, have they been always fair? Have there been like
Overly fair.
okay,
They've
because
been
because
overly
they're
fair.
because they're Greek.
Because they're Greek and yeah, this is so. I'll finish really quickly about with what happened with the two surviving roommates. I was told, Peyton, I've already said her name 12 times. They were told that the two roommates heard the noise. They saw outside the window. I don't know for sure if it was two people, or I mean, two people in and one outside, or three people in and one outside. That is still confusing to me. I don't know that right. So
she saw multiple people.
Multiple people. She recognized the creep, and that is what. So I do believe that the suspect they have in custody, I believe from the information I've received that he is indeed guilty. I don't know that they have the evidence to keep him behind bars, but I do believe that he is the one because he was recognized and named. And the police have said we knew who he was immediately. They've said it live. So that backs up what these kids said. So they locked themselves in.
Can I ask you, how do you think that they knew when they say like, because I agree that his name got coughed up, but
because I was told that, because my daughter was told that. That's what. And
Kendra, I got to agree with that. She really is. At least Lana's getting stuff out of Kim and keeping it directed. I got to agree with that. As much as I don't like Lana, if I left it up to the other ones, it wouldn't be so good.
And
because it was like, oh, hey, this was who was here partying that night, or
it was the exact verbiage I got was, and there was a guy, he was a creeper. He was there with the other guys. Other guys is all I got with the numbers, because I did ask about like how many other guys and where did you see them from? The downstairs window, where Bethany's room is, and they locked themselves in. And then I said, and did they call 911? No, they just locked the door and went to sleep. And I'm like, excuse me? You know there's a creeper in the house. You're hearing all this noise. I mean, literally, the conversation I've had with my daughter since then.
All right, let me just straighten this out real fast. No, let's go. The girl that panels up with Lana on her show is this girl that pretends that she is a sex addict or something, or wants to be a sex addict. She sounds like I never liked her, but she sounds like she's on a sex chat. I can't think of the words, but a sex phone line is what she sounds like. That's the connection with Zav. She used to be on Zav's all the time.
That is, why didn't she call 911? To call 911, right?
Well, because every part of every story has a little bit of truth in it. So hear me out on this. Like, what if it was like me, you, and Daniel, okay? And I hit you up, Kim, and I'm like, hey, I just scored us, let's just say, for like just easy talk. Hey, I just got us an 8th. Like, I'm going to come pick you up. We're going to go over to Daniel's. Are you cool if we're going to go hang out and, get blasted? And you're like, yeah, pick me up. So I come over to your house. I pick you up.
Sure.
We're hanging out there for a little bit. And then me and you, we then go to Daniel's. Okay. So then we get over to Daniel's, and Daniel lives with multiple people. But like, they're not getting in on our shit. Like, I know Daniel, you know Daniel, we know each other. But yeah, like, we know who these other people are. But like, we're just going to hang out. So like, we're outside, me, you, Daniel, we're outside, let's say, by the couch or whatever, just, hanging out. And we get there rather late. And then somebody calls me and they're like, hey, I'm trying to get in on that. Yeah. Okay, well, come pick me up. Like, all right. So, hey, I have to go pick up Mark. So I'm going to leave. I'm going to go pick up Mark. So I leave, I go pick up Mark, right? And then I come back. And so then it's me, you, Daniel, Mark, and because it's Daniel's house and we're all outside and just we're getting blasted, right? And then you say to me, and so does Daniel, why the fuck did you bring that Mark guy here, that creeper, like, you know? And I'm all just like, dude, shut up. He just like threw 30 on it. Like, we basically got all this for free. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
just hear that
I think
out.
somebody
Like,
should buy you a drink because you just like nail on the head.
like we're like, this is college
Right.
life. Like, how do you think
Right.
college people operate? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, right?
So like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, who?
It's kind of like this. Hey, Kim, we need to boost our ratings. So I need you to call in and pretend that you live there. Drop some facts that we'll just say are facts, and then you could change it later and just say that it wasn't really facts, it's just an opinion, and change a story later, because by that time we'll already get tons of subs and tons of views. Come on, Kim, we're good enough friends. You can do this, right? I'll even tell you what shows to call into that will allow it and not question it. And then we'll even have someone like Olivia make a video. Oh my God, this is going to be fucking awesome. But just remember, you can't tell anybody. Lana, you mean like that? Is that how it goes? Yeah, I kind of guess that's how it went.
Who cares? Like, he just bought all this for us. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And
like, you want to pay me for this? And then you're like, no. Yeah, great point. Like, he bought it all. Great. So we're just all hanging outside. Okay. And then Creeper Mark. Okay. So this is Daniel's place. You know, I picked you up. But Creeper.
Yeah, I agree with that, Tony.
Mark, who I picked up after I was like, okay, I'm going to go back out and pick him up. All right. So my vehicle would have been once with us, right? Then I leave, and then I'm coming twice back with Marky Poo. And now we're here. Okay.
Right.
And then let's say, you know, we're out there, whatever. And you get a phone call, or I do, or even Daniel gets a phone call. And it's like, dude, go pick up my girl. Go pick up my girl. I'm like, I'm not picking up anybody. And then you're like, okay, well, I'll just take the car and I'll go pick them up. So then you take my car and you go pick up so-and-so. But that's how college
That's how it
works.
happens, right?
That's college life, okay?
They all drive each other. Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
right.
so okay, I'm not, you
They
can
all
take my
drive each other's
car.
cars.
You can take my car.
Take my car. It's my parents' car, actually, so take it.
Yeah, exactly. You
Right?
can take my car. So then the car leaves again. The car leaves again. And now you're driving it to go pick up Sweet Susie. So now we have Susie, me, you, Daniel, and Mark. Okay. And we're all in the backyard of Daniel's house.
Right.
Okay. And Daniel's like, dude, I'm going to bed, man. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Okay. So Daniel goes to bed, but like he knows all of us, right? So we're just like chilling there. But then there's this weirdo Mark. Okay. And Mark's like, I gotta go to the bathroom. Mark goes to the bathroom. And Mark does whatever. And we don't ever see Mark again because we're all like, we're ready to leave. Well, where's Mark? I don't know. Like nobody says bye to each other in college.
No, they roll out, right?
Okay, I know I'm watching chat and kind of listening, but what the fuck is she talking about? Is she just make up a story in her head? And Kim's agreeing with it and everyone's agreeing with it and it's just a story she made up in her fucking head? Am I missing something, or am I getting that? Like, Marky Poo, really? This is fucking weird.
Bathroom, and then you leave, like that's what happens.
The only problem that I have with that is that Brian turned off his phone. If Brian turns off his phone, that means that he's thinking that something is going to happen. He turns his phone off
because he's a professor, because that's what he does all the time.
He has a work phone and a play phone.
Right.
I'm not going to go around with doing drugs with my phone on.
Right. No, but I think, and I think the police think that this was planned out. With whatever information that they have, I believe that they think this is planned out.
First off,
his phone could have also died.
First of all,
right?
When you drink,
out of range.
you get hungry, bro.
I'm just simply saying this is how college life works. Like, Like it just depends on like what are your when they say
And I'm also not trying to be an asshole.
And I conclude that super chat. Who is that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
And I'm not trying to be an asshole, but why are these people drinking on camera? I don't get it. I'll give respect to Daniel, who's not drinking on camera. I understand they call the drunk turkeys, but why is Lana drinking on camera? It's disgusting. You're supposed to be talking about a case seriously. That's what I don't understand, these people's numbers. Dolly smokes pot on a live, and everyone's okay. Other people drink on lives. Oh, and I don't mean once in a while. I'm talking nonstop. This is fucking weird to me. You're on somebody else's panel and you're sitting there drinking. That's weird to me. Sorry, but it is.
creepy guy, okay? It just depends on what your normal. You say you
And
have
a creepy
him
guy could be
12
anybody.
times.
Yeah, a creepy guy could just be a guy who's just like.
I'm just trying to throw out like how it would be that
right.
you wouldn't call the police right away because it was like,
Right.
I
Not
saw
at all,
so and so walking down from my thing. Yeah, he was in clad black because that's what he was wearing. But like,
I
because
100% agree
because
with
it was
that.
so dark, I didn't realize
Right.
that he was covered in blood because it was all black and it was dark.
Right.
You know,
Right.
like who knows what the.
Let me put it like this, all right? If you're on your own channel talking drama, whatever, get drunk. I'm not even talking like a glass of wine. We've all done that. But this is somebody's family. These are fucking victims. Victims of a horrific crime. If this was my kid and people talking about it were sitting there getting drunk and laughing while they're getting drunk, trying to put up scenarios about my kid's case, I would be through the fucking roof. Through the roof. Again, once in a blue moon, you want to have a drink on camera? Go for it. You talking about other things or topics? Go for it. But this is a pretty serious fucking topic that just happened. We're not talking like, don't hate me, people, but we're not talking like casual Summer Wells who's been missing for a long time. But you want to be taken seriously? Then fucking act like it. Like, for real. Granted, I shouldn't curse so much, but I can't even imagine just sitting there drinking, supposedly interviewing, allegedly, somebody who's close to the case, whose daughter lives there. Have some fucking class. For real.
It's going to come about, but I'm just trying to put it in perspective of like how it could be like you could actually have been there and numerous people could have been outside.
Right.
And this could have happened. And because why would me, you, or anybody be going upstairs to check people's bedrooms to see how everybody is? Now,
Right.
it doesn't make sense to me.
No, they don't. Thank you, Lead with Love. Gunner, they don't have to be sober, but think about if it was your family. Phil, you got one. Woohoo! Phil got one. Welcome all 10 new members. Thank you so much, Lead. And it's not a matter of having a drink once in a while, but Gunner, you don't sit there and get drunk while you're discussing this horrific murder. Think about if that was your child. I don't know if you're a parent or not, but think about if that was your child. Would you want the reporter talking while they're sitting there getting wasted? Absolutely not. I'm sorry. I'm just very against it. I'm extremely proud of you because you never travel around to harass people. No, I don't. Never have and never will. I have the clip. It's not Kim. Check on Google. I will. Thank you, Huda.
You a boss and I conclude that. Super chat. Who is that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
A commentator isn't a reporter or journalist. And I agree with you, but if you want to be taken seriously, then you have to act serious. You can't act like a drunk fool. I mean, I don't know if you're a dad, but as a mom, I would be mortified if the person commenting my story or relaying my story was sitting there getting drunk. That's not someone I want talking about my story. That's just me as a parent.
Is if we like just hang outside and we stay outside, but in that type of a house, it was like the noise complaints was because you were outside hanging out. So you would always be like, no, just come inside, because that's how we've been getting in trouble, is
Right,
because we're
but he
outside.
wouldn't be if that was true. They wouldn't be passing by so many times. They would have been parked there.
But no, that's what I just said. Like I
Right.
hung by and picked up Mark. That'd be one time. Then she took the car and she picked up Susie. That's twice.
Right, that's nice. And if there's so here's the other part of it. That car is on camp. That car, there's a car exactly like the one they were looking for on Greek Road, parked in Greek Road camp parking. 2 of them. There's 2 of them. There's parking permits. How much would it take for home? So I feel that, so I hear what you're saying, and I think that you're right. That first of all,
it's a free for all.
It is. It's a free.
Atticor, oh, we've seen her wasted, but she's not talking about cases when she's wasted. She's talking about money, but she's not talking about cases. And that's why I'm saying, if you want to get drunk on a drama night or high on a drama night or something like that, that's fine. Like Daniel, I don't know if Daniel's drinking because it's not in my face. He's not shoving it in my face. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's weird. And I just think it's wrong. But that's just my opinion.
Free for all. And
that's what happens in college. Because if you have to look at this, like, think about it as like, think about nothing happening that next day.
Right. Like if everybody was fine.
Yeah, like if it was every other night. Yeah.
Right.
Can you imagine on a night if this would have happened to me in college? Oh my God, well, I let Amanda drive my car and she went over there to the.
Who'd I know? I read them all. I've been reading them out loud. I heard them. You said check Google. I got them. I promise. I did read them.
Drive through to pick us up, Jameson. And then now that I think about it, shit, Todd took my car.
Right.
And he went over there and picked up the cheerleaders. So like in an hour.
It's on Google where? You're saying it's on Google, but where? What am I looking for? Thank you, Miss PJ.
Period. 2 people drove my car because my car is right there. It's accessible.
And we didn't have Yik Yak, and we didn't have Instagram. Or Snapchat, rather. And Snapchat goes away. Once you open it, it's gone. You
can still get it, but
I hope they can pull it back because
they usually can. Snapchat.
And I asked my daughter. I don't know if it was in her. But the thing is, that's what happened with my daughter. She didn't really actually know who was in her home when I didn't know who was in her home.
Right. So you were. Let's try to go back. So you call her. Your daughter says that she was aware of it. You contact the FBI to let them know that your daughter was aware of the situation. You said that you had a son who was in the classroom next to his.
Classroom 13.
Right. And then you had a family friend that took his class. Is that correct?
My daughter's friend
took
her class. And so she actually, I'm not going to lie, I have no shame in my game. I said, call the girl, if you want my car, call her and find out exactly what he looked like that next Monday. Right. So, of course, she did, right? And it's not that she wouldn't have anyway. It's just that it was a fight when we're at this place right now because of this, because she doesn't want this to be her reality, and it is. So I give her grace on that. But he had nothing, no bruises, nothing. In fact, everybody got an A.
Right.
And he was an asshole teacher, TA, I guess.
Lead with love with another 10. Thank you. We got Brittany, Missing and Miss, Tina, Becca, Brittany, Cindy, Julie. Thank you so much, Lead. And Alma, we're listening to it because everyone's telling me to listen to it.
And
Right.
so being part of the Pullman, so he wasn't, I got a phone call from the school to tell me that part of the PhD, and I didn't even ask for the call back. Somebody must have seen what I was saying, because I'm not going to shut up until this is gone and these kids are safe and these parents have justice. I'm just not gonna. I don't care if I'm wrong, but I'm gonna keep pushing. So I got a phone call and from whatever department it was, and they said that it's required by the PhD, and there was only 2 offered. They're very rarely offered in criminal justice at Wazoo anyway, and it's a very good program, is my understanding, from my son. And they said that you have to do like a year internship on the Pullman Police and then a year of TAing. So he was fulfilling that. So he had access, and I said, and so then I did call back, and he had absolute access to everything.
Thank you, Crime Time. What is she babbling about? I don't even understand what the fuck they're talking about. Like, I'm lost. I don't know if I should stop watching chat so much, but I'm like fucking lost, for real. I don't get what they're going on and on about. Like, Mark wasn't there. Nobody else was there. Allegedly.
You a boss and I conclude that. Super chat. Who is that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
She can be called as a witness at trial. She can. But I don't think they'll do that. I don't think they're going to call her in. What I think they're going to do is use it. Like I said yesterday, if you guys didn't, well, I know I put the video on hide because I didn't want the drama on my channel. But what I said yesterday, this is how it could go down very, very easily. The lawyers check social media. The lawyers hear Kim and all her bullshit. Defense lawyer says, so-and-so. Isn't it true that Brian was seen with multiple people at the house? The prosecution's going to say objection, no evidence of this. The judge is going to say sustained, meaning that prosecution is right. But guess what? Who didn't really forget about it is the jury. Then she's going to say, isn't it true that the church was involved? Prosecution's going to say objection, no basis. Judge is going to say sustained, but it still stays in the jury. Next question. Isn't it true that Brian, there was somebody else? I'm sorry, I said this wrong. Isn't it true that, what's her name? That students told friends, or Dylan told her friends that she was locked in the room with Brittany on the first floor? Prosecution's going to say objection, that's hearsay. Judge is going to say sustained. But guess who still hears it? The jury. That's how a defense team is going to use this information. I've said this from the beginning. And I can guarantee you, if they do use it, that is exactly how it's going to go. It doesn't matter if it's sustained or not. They're still going to put reasonable doubt in the jury's mind. And that's all that they need, is just one juror to have that fucking doubt. Just one. And there you go. That's exactly how it's going to happen. Strike that jurors. No, the jurors can't undo that. Exactly. They're going to say you can't use that, sustained, don't worry about it, but it's still in their fucking heads. It's still going to be in their heads. That's what I was saying the other day when I said that they're probably not going to call Kim for a witness. It's hearsay. But the way she's rambling with the definitive facts that her daughter told her this, any smart defense will use that, even though they know it's going to be strike. And it's not something that they need to bring into evidence. It's not something that they need to give to the prosecution. It's just something that all they have to do is drop it. All they have to do is drop it, and you'll get that one juror that's not going to strike it. That's what defenses do. That's real life defense. Let's put reasonable doubt. That is their whole fucking job, is to put reasonable doubt in a jury's mind. All they need is one. That's it. They will definitely use it and might use her daughter. That's what I'm saying. They probably won't be able to bring them into court because I don't think they'll be able to go that far.
You a boss and I conclude that. Super chat. Who was that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
Because I don't think they'll allow it in the court because it's hearsay. I mean, they might try, but they don't need these people in court. All they have to do is present it. It's going to get struck, but it's still going to stick in the jury's mind. And that's all that they need. One person. Oh, it gets even worse, Phil?
But, and also people. Do I believe he's the mastermind behind this? I absolutely do. Do I believe he hurt one of the girls? I absolutely do. Do I think he's the only one who hurt the girls? I absolutely do not. I believe that his little minions are the ones he rallied with that survey and his tower that they took out of.
From everything we know about Brian, okay? Everything we know about, no, I said this yesterday, lover of the law. Every single thing we know about Brian. Do you think Brian had minions working for him? Because I don't. Brian couldn't even make a fucking friend. Couldn't even make a friend. But he's got minions working for him. Okay, Kim. Sure he does. Lover of the law, you missed it yesterday, though. I said I gave the whole scenario last night. I know I put it on members only. But yeah, I gave the whole scenario last night. I know I didn't say it originally, but I did last night.
Of his apartment is useless. Tits on a freaking bull, man. Like, what? They don't use towers there. They use their MacBooks and they use their right.
They just took out a 2012 tower. That's what they just took out.
Like, what do you think's going to be on there?
Some
There's gonna
porn.
be a peanut butter jelly sandwich in that hard drive. Do we even have hard drive anymore? And I am technically stupid. Honest to God. If you need me to run something, I'm going to have one of my kids do it for me, or you're going to have to wait until they get home. That's just facts. I don't care to learn. I'm not going to learn. But these kids, they can work it all. They're not reliant on anything. And if they think they're picking up anything from his stick thing, yeah.
The fire stick.
His dick? Wait, what?
No, the fire stick.
Right? Does that work? I didn't think it worked.
No, probably not. Well, according to Jared, he's a top or a bottom now or something like that. Did you hear that news, Slate?
You know what? I just want him to have 20 minutes in general pop with a broom and his mother. Because if I was that kid's mother, I'd be out there myself, throwing myself to the wolves. Because guess what? Guess what, lady? Don't go. Just I have so.
I believe in.
No, I don't think so, Hood. I think they were both Betty, and I actually think number one was Betty, and number two was Olivia. They never said anything about Brian's laptop.
You a boss and I conclude that. Super chat. Who was that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
Been innocent until proven guilty.
I agree.
This is what I think. I think that you got all the evidence. You're gonna be able to get the people that are responsible. I just don't want to see something get thrown under the rug.
I agree. That's exactly where my heart is. I don't want these kids to think they're safe when they're not, and they think they're safe. My kid's out there, and she could be one of those girls, right? I mean, she's that person. They're all the same.
Kim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Of course I can, Blue.
First
Again,
of all,
I just want to say, oh yeah, go ahead, Blue. I just want to say thank you for being here, Blue.
First, I want to say, Kim,
yes,
we want to apologize to all the parents of those families. They've been through a struggle.
Terrible.
They've been through a horrible time.
Yes.
We want to let you know, if it was my daughter, I would be knocking down doors. Seriously.
Ashley, that I don't know.
If it was one of my daughters, there would be no doors on hinges.
Well, if it was our daughter, I'd be jumping over you to get to them, because I tell you what, you don't get the right to do.
I will rip doors off hinges. Trust me.
I will eat you.
None of the bastards can hold me down.
I agree, and I think, and the thing is, and I look at Steve, Kaylee's dad, and I watch the undercurrent of it, and I'm watching all of these things, and I think to myself,
Steve,
he is brave. You are a soldier, and I'm watching.
My heart goes out to you, Steve.
Oh God!
If
And
I
then
was
the more
you,
shit and
I'll
people make up stuff and it comes out, it's terrible. The things people are saying, and I want everybody to know right now. If you think, if your daughter is in college and she's lovely like those girls, or even if whatever, all of these kids are lovely. They are all smart. They are all intelligent. They have all done amazing things, and they will do amazing things. And if they take a misstep, well, guess what? A one-off is what college is about. My husband says constantly, college is about a one-off. It is you don't get to drink in high school. You don't get to do all that. We will punish you. But when you go to college, I'm going to buy you a case of beer, and I'm going to tell you to go and grow. I want all of those parents to know that Kaylee's father and those families need to reach out to him and thank him, because he is advocating for all of those kids. He cares about all of those kids. And Olivia, her sister's never going to get to see her new child. Like, there's so much loss here and so much pain. And this cannot continue because we have lost so many children at both of these schools. We just had a law passed, the San Martinez law, for hazing yesterday.
They only lost kids from one school. I'm confused. They all went to the same school. We didn't lose kids from another school.
I say there's so much hazing going on. People don't realize that.
And I will tell you, my son, he's an athlete, but he's a baller. But he opted out of Greek because, you know, there's a lot of poor choices being made. And I called the police. I've called the police now.
She's talking about Kaylee's sister. That Kaylee's sister will never see, Kaylee will never see her niece. That part I understood.
For 2.5 years about stuff that's going on. My daughter wears an alarm because she just has to in case she passes out from whatever. And she's fine. She's just fine. But so I know them, right? I'll call them. I'm like, can you check if she's down? I got 3 beeps, which means to go check on her, right? But my son saw things, and I reported them, and only to be told by the police officer that it's far worse than that. It's heroin too. That is unacceptable. Shut Greek Road down, and that's what I've called for. I called the school and said, "I'll tell you, my son, he's an athlete, but he's a baller." But he opted out of Greek because, you know, there's a lot of poor choices being made. And I called the police. I've called the police now for 2.5 years about stuff that's going on. My daughter wears an alarm because she just has to in case she passes out from whatever. And she's fine. She's just fine. But so I know them, right? I'll call them. I'm like, can you check if she's down? I got 3 beeps, which means to go check on her, right? But my son saw things, and I reported them, and only to be told by the police officer that it's far worse than that. It's heroin too. That is unacceptable.
That's what I was listening for. If she said heroin, and she did, she said it's also heroin. And that's why I rewound it. I wanted to make sure I understood what I was hearing. But yeah, she did. She said heroin. Thank you, baby girl, because I thought I was losing my mind. But yeah, she said it.
Shut Greek Road down. And that's what I've called for. I called the school and said, I want to shut down. I will pay the rest of her dues for the remainder of her education, but shut it down, and then take away Mom's Weekend and see what happens. See how many kids show up when there's no more Mom's Weekend. Right?
When there's no more what? That part I didn't hear. Now she's talking like slurring. Yeah, heroin. I don't believe they were on heroin either.
Right. So.
Yeah. No, I think that. Yeah, I think that.
And I suffer
is a
too
big
with
part.
that, right? Take away graduation until one of you speaks up, because you all know this is not one campus; it's 2 campuses. They're connected. They're not rivals. They are friends.
Yeah.
So
especially the girls, like there's no rivals there. Like
no,
you're not like, oh my God, you go to this
other.
school. We can't be.
Oh, Gunner, that's what she was saying. Shut down Greek Row. Oh, Mom's Weekend. Oh, shut down Mom's Weekend. Because her daughter was on heroin and might pass out. I'm lost.
Friends, like that's like
That's
the
ridiculous.
athletes. That's where the the rivalries with athletes, but we didn't hate on the other athlete. That's not how
And
that
and the
was.
athletes between they're not even
We
saying.
win on the
Hey,
we win
Amy.
on the court. We lose on the
Yeah,
court. We don't
right.
go and like fight people. Like that's
They
not how
don't
it
even
is.
meet on the court. UI is, I think, small D1, and I think Wazoo is, I don't know, is big what, I don't know, but they're different leagues where they never meet ever. But they wanted to blame the team. Now, I do need to say this because I feel like it's absolutely so. I'm Sigma Chi, and if you are a Sigma Chi and you're listening, you know that you tweeted out that your theory is, as a house and as a national fraternity, you said that you believe it was the Black Lives Matter house with the Black Lives Matter flag out in front of it, or Davies, the football team you played that weekend, because they were primarily known as a black college, as retaliation. They killed these kids as retaliation for one of a Sigma Chi who was a black man, a young black man with a brilliant future, was found hanging in his fraternity house. And I don't know what state it is, but he was not just found hanging, he was found beaten. And then the Sigma Chi guys from Moscow said, or from U of I said, we know that you all think Moscow is racist, and it probably is, but we're not. I said, and my reply to them was, congratulations, dads. You have done a remarkable job in getting your children to make a statement out there, to cover their asses for bad behavior or poor behavior, and make it a race issue. What is, like, I don't even really have the words to articulate exactly.
Okay, call me crazy, but at no point did anybody ever bring up a race thing. Nobody. Except her. Is our views down or something that she needed to bring up race all of a sudden? Now it's a race issue, and she's saying that Greek Row is blaming Black Lives Matter? First it was the church. She also said, maybe she forgot, but she also said that Dylan and Bethany were involved. Her first interview, she stated clearly that Bethany and Dylan were both involved in her who dat?
Look,
Oh. What is it?
it's a star. I need to plug it in,
All right, pick him up. I'm live.
but it's stars.
All right, pick him up.
He gave it to me. I didn't
Sweet.
buy it.
Sage has a new man. And he's cute.
He is cute.
He's cute. All right. Sorry about that. She just walked in. I mean, in the first interview, she went back and said that she knew that they were involved. She knew that and she actually said Dylan and Bethany were watching the guys come in and waiting for them. And now Black Lives Matter's involved. It went from the church to Black Lives Matter.
See what I'm trying to say?
I think you're just disappointed in the philosophy of what Greek life has come. That's what I'm kind of hearing.
I have 7 children, and I'll tell you, they've all gone to college. They all are successful in any way, I think, in any way you look at it. And I have to tell you, Greek life is disappointing. Like, it needs to go away.
Kim, I got a few questions.
Okay.
You said when we spoke that that Brian was on a PhD, whatever, like internship or whatnot, and that based on his level of education, already having the degrees, that he would have privilege or access to some of the Washington State, Washington WSU police departments. I guess maybe their department or an office or something.
Well, so my understanding is they have an Washington State University. Something has gone. Well, I think that whatever happened with that police officer who was found, was fired, and then the other guys who stepped down or retired early. I believe Pullman took over Washington State University's campus, but Washington State University has a very good, like top tier criminology department, and they have all of those.
All right. She said Pullman took over the school. Do states normally take over schools? Can someone double check that? Like, who owns Washington University? It seems odd that a state. Sweet Carolyn, you're back. Kim is the bitch in the grocery store buying all the Inquirer type magazines. Hell yeah. See, I just gave you a wrench again. I didn't think you were ever going to come back in.
That access in there. So Moscow and Pullman both feed into the same 911 line and I believe it is within Wazoo's boundaries. I could be off on that statement, so don't.
No, the Wazoo's police department, it's something calm. They get all the 911 calls to the area.
Right. And so, but I believe Pullman directs that is in.
Oh, I agree with that, Kim. She should be more worried about the danger. She should be more worried about the dangers putting her children in now by talking. It's a very precarious situation. She has no idea the implications of the name. I totally agree. Totally agree. Pullman police. Yeah, but my kid's school, the high school, that we have Madison City cops. So that I'm not surprised. The cops, I don't think have anything to do with it.
In charge of that now because I do not believe. I don't know what's happening with the Wazoo portion of it, but my understanding is that Pullman is the one who's directing that. So as a PhD student, he's got several requirements. I think it's a 2-year program. He has to be a TA for, I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 years, but he also has to be a volunteer for the police department, Pullman Police, which would have been Wazoo then, but Pullman Police, which would have made him basically a security guard of the group. Basically, I think is what it kind of boils down, which is what he was doing. So he wasn't just applying to get off. He was put into the PhD program. There's 2 people who were put into the PhD program last year, as far as I know. That's my understanding. If there's more, then I apologize for that. And he was put in there because of his teacher, who had never met him personally, never even seen what he looked like, didn't know if he was married, but was his student and felt he was quite bright and absolutely very, very capable and would do a tremendous job that way in that department. So there were 2 of them, 2 of those students. He shared an office with 3 students, which is what PhD students get. A lot of PhD students are TAs because they're going to be professors, I guess, is the thought.
I don't question if her kids are not at those students, not doctorate students, PhD students. Why does she know so much? I don't get it. Well, Fluffer, why would she know so much?
Process there. So he was that, and he was so during the day, if anybody wants to know what he was doing on that 13th, he was volunteering because it was parents.
Hey Kim, I'm not sure if something's touching your microphone or something.
Sorry, did I go away?
Yeah, you were going away a little bit there. It's okay.
I can overheat my microphone like I can overheat my world. Like, right? I run fast enough. I'll slow down a little bit. Tea's wearing off. So I will say that so he was volunteering. It was Parents Weekend. In the fall, Parents Weekend was typically Dad's Weekend, and it is a shit show. They have the best time ever, and I say to my husband, more power to you, man. I'll drive you. I will be your driver. Enjoy our children. Do whatever you have to do, right? And that's what most of the moms do. Spring is Mom's Weekend, but they've changed it a little bit. But so it was chaos there, and he was working. If anybody wants to know what he was doing the day of the 12th, he was directing traffic.
That's what I've been saying.
A patrol man. Yes, I know you have. And I try to shit onto that. Like, I'm not very good at tech. I'm not going to even lie. I only figured out how to pay for everything or to do everything. Like, I don't even know. I don't like.
He's been doing traffic. He's been doing crowd control.
Right. All of it. Yeah.
I'm telling you, when you guys see where that white Elantra backs up to, I'm telling you, it's going to back up to
1,000 Latte Lane, right?
It's going to go all the way right back to the WSU campus police department.
Yeah.
Because that's where his car was parked because he wouldn't get a ticket because parking permits Okay, so that's just clicked. Park it. So if you have a parking
Kim.
pass.
What the fuck is Alana talking about now that the cops are involved? I don't watch her, so correct me, but it sounds like she's saying that the cops are involved with Brian. And it's big conspiracy that the cops and Brian are in this together. Please tell me she's not saying that. Please. Because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah. Yes, doll.
I believe you.
I know you do. And I thank you for that. And I only need you to believe me.
So,
And if I'm wrong, I'm sorry.
Yeah, those other people, I believe you.
You know what? I don't want to offend people, and I don't want to hurt people's feelings or make them feel scared. But if you're a parent and you've got a student over there, I feel like you should.
Welcome, Natalie. Did you guys hear that, though? She was that sounded like what she was implying. So anyone that watches her, please fill me in. Oh, she has been saying that? That's insane. Oh, she said Brian was at Pullman Police Department. But we know Brian was at Pullman. She's saying the car backed up to the police. No, not Kim, Lana. Yeah, look at her face when she says it. Look.
Control man. Yes, I know you have. And I try to shit onto the, like, I'm not very good at tech. I'm not going to even lie. I only figured out how to pay for everything or to do everything. Like, I don't even know. I don't, like.
He's been doing traffic. He's been doing crowd control.
Right. All of it. Yeah.
I'm telling you, when you guys see where that.
Who's been doing traffic and control? Brian? Is that what she's saying? Yeah, Brian tried to get an internship, but he didn't get it. So who's she saying was doing traffic control? No, I don't think Kim does ever take a breath. But is she saying Brian was? She's saying Brian was doing traffic control, but Brian never got a job. Oh, he did work there. Not according to the police. According to the police, he never did. And as a volunteer, you wouldn't do traffic control. You have to be an actual cop to do traffic control. Lana made that up. That's what I'm thinking. Back it up a little more. All right. I think so too, Kim. He applied for an internship. It's part of the PhD requirements. Yeah, but most states, you actually have to be a cop to do traffic control unless you like work for a school, maybe.
Very, very capable and would do a tremendous job that way in that department. So there were two of those students. He shared an office with 3 students, which is what PhD students get. A lot of PhD students are TAs because they're going to be professors, I guess, is the thought process there. So he was that, and he was, so during the day, if anybody wants to know what he was doing on a 13th, he was volunteering because it was parents'
Hey,
weekend.
Kim, I'm not sure if something's touching the microphone or something. But
Sorry, did I go away?
Yeah, you were going away a little bit there. It's okay.
I can overheat my microphone like I can overheat my world. Like, right? I run fast. I'll slow down a little bit. Tea is wearing off. So I will say that so he was volunteering. It was Parents' Weekend. In the fall, Parents' Weekend was typically Dad's Weekend, and it is a shit show. They have the best time ever, and I say to my husband, more power to you, man. I'll drive you. I will be your driver. Enjoy our children. Do whatever you have to do, right? And that's what most of the moms do. Spring is Mom's Weekend, but they've changed it a little bit. But so it was chaos there, and he was working. If anybody wants to know what he was doing the day of the 12th, he was directing traffic.
That's what I've been saying.
A patrol man. Yes, I know you have. And I try to shit onto the, like, I'm not very good at tech. I'm not going to even lie. I only figured out how to pay for everything or to do everything. Like, I don't even know.
All right, let me say this too. Kim called into Drunk Turkeys, not to Lana. So how does Kim know so much about Lana? And it's amazing that Lana is sitting there hysterical laughing when Kim's saying something that she put a video out 4 days ahead. Has that happened? If Lana hadn't talked about it, okay, follow me through. If Lana hadn't talked about it yesterday and didn't put it out until today, then it's odd that Kim happens to bring it up 4 days prior. Little sketchy? And Lana's hysterical laughing like she knows. Like, why'd you put it out already? Oh, I agree, Misha.
I don't like.
He's
William.
been doing traffic. He's been doing crowd control.
Right. All of it. Yeah.
I'm telling you, when you guys see where that white Elantra backs up to, I'm telling you, it's going to back up to
1,000 Latte Lane, right?
It's going to go all the way right back to the WSU campus police department.
Yeah.
Because that's where his car was parked because he wouldn't get a ticket because parking permits. Okay, so that's just.
Okay, now think about this. Think about this. Kim has done so much research on this, that she knows where he's parked and everything 4 days before Lana drops a video on it. And they're both in sync, but they didn't know each other. They never spoke before. Wrong, blatantly obvious. No, even traces back to, either way, these two allegedly don't know each other. These two allegedly never spoke. But 4 days, I think this video was 4 days ago. Or 2 days ago. 2 days ago, they both know something. How would they both know something if they never spoke? Is Kim now looking up? Like, I know Lana gets obsessive, and I know Lana's looked into it. But how does Kim... Is Kim so obsessed that she's doing research like Lana, and they both just happen to know this fact? Two people that never spoke? Okay. Let me buy that one again.
Clicked. Park it. So if you have a parking pass, yeah. Yes, doll.
She could watch her. She may watch her. But this news wasn't out yet. Do you get what I'm saying? This wasn't posted yet. She hadn't posted this until today. So how'd they both know? Doesn't matter. Lana didn't put it out until today.
I believe you.
I know you. And I thank you for that. And I only need you to believe me.
So,
and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry.
Yeah, those other people, I believe you.
You know what? I don't want to offend people, and I don't want to hurt people's feelings or make them feel scared. But if you're a parent and you've got a student over there, I feel like you should be cautious.
All right, Kim, I have a thing. Here you go. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I call it drill 22. I'm going to ask you 22 questions. You can only answer with one question or one answer.
Oh gosh, okay.
Okay, ready? Number 1. So you're going to say over or under. Are you over or under the age of 50?
Over.
Okay. Number 2, would you send your kids back to the same college campus that you originally sent them to?
No.
Okay. Number 3, do you believe that drugs were being bought and sold from that house?
Yes.
Number 4, do you believe that it was just a simple, that's college lifestyle versus like this is a business?
No.
So it's more than that.
Yes.
Okay. Number 5, have you ever heard about any of the landlords being involved in anything?
No.
Number 6, have your kids ever been to that house?
No.
Number
Not
7,
that I'm aware of.
Number 7, have your kids ever heard of his name versus creepy guy?
One, maybe one, yes. One, maybe one, no. I mean,
So like a first name?
So, I don't believe either one of them knew who he was. So.
Number 10, what type of music do your kids listen to?
Oh, really bad music, but a lot of it. like the swearing music.
Yeah. Like rap.
Yeah, right. Unedited if I'm in the room. If I'm in the
Unedited
room,
all day. Okay, good.
all day, right? I'm good with that sometimes.
Number 11. Are you okay with kids underage drinking?
No.
Like in college?
Yes.
Like it's going to happen, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If they're safe.
Yeah. Okay. Like it's going to happen. Like,
Yes.
why would you? Okay. Okay.
Right.
What drugs have you heard about in terms of when you said there's drugs in a house? Like there's a rapid fire of different drugs. What drugs are we talking about?
Molly, heroin, meth, weed, which is legal in Washington. I don't care. Those are the only drugs I know. Oh no, Adderall. I did learn about that. My son did tell me about Adderall recently.
Okay. Let's do a poll. I'm going to do a poll for this one. Hang on. Let me do a poll. And I'm doing an all or nothing. And Santa. Those old messages, don't worry. I believe we have to show ethical morals, empathy. We're dealing with vulnerability. Yes, you're right, Huda. You are 100% right. I haven't forgot about your messages.
You a boss and I conclude that. Super chat, who was that? You didn't have to do that. You a bad dog supporter and you prove it.
Hold on. All right, let me play this while I'm doing this poll.
Have you ever heard about Narcan?
Yes, I know that's to save somebody's life.
Okay. Number 13. Have you watched the body cam footage
Oh, yes.
of the house?
Yes, I have.
Did your kids watch it?
I think probably not. Not
Okay.
close enough.
Okay. Tell them to watch it and see if they notice anybody. We want to know who the ride along is. Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to send you the link.
I have. Okay.
I
Yeah.
want to
I
know
know.
who the
I
ride
have that.
along is.
I agree with you. I have that. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
I have it.
Perfect. Number 15. Do I look better in my aviators or does Daniel?
Oh, I don't know. You know what the thing is? You're so pretty. Take your glasses off. And he's really cute in his glasses. Honestly, and
I just had to break it up. I just had to.
I know, right? I think you're too beautiful to hide behind glasses, and I think he's handsome in glasses, right? We gotta choose.
So it's even.
Yeah, you're both pretty good looking, honestly.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So we'd make a good baby.
Oh, right,
I-
right. But you already have a baby, right?
Yeah,
So,
I do.
yeah. But you know what the thing is? Everybody makes good babies are good. Like there's nothing
Oh,
better
babies
than a
are the best.
baby. Obviously, I
Babies
have
are
7 kids. I love a
7.
baby.
Did you birth all 7?
I did birth all 7.
Woman.
All 108 pounds of me birthed all 7. But I also have a degree in exercise physiology and anatomy. So I also am a runner. So, you know,
Okay.
I love children. Like when God handed me that baby, I thought, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah. No, momming is like the hardest job ever. So anybody
And
that's
right?
yeah. 100%.
But being a grandma, I'm telling you, it's like so amazing.
Oh my
I can
God,
buy
you're
them
grandma too.
anything I want.
You're a gilf?
What's that?
I would like to see them ask. I hope this is asked who supplied the drugs, because yeah, I'm sorry. If they were all on the drugs that she stated, they would all weigh underweight. The only one that was technically too thin was Maddie. None of the others are underweight. Like they're doing meth all the time or Adderall all the time. I can't say Adderall. Or cocaine. Yeah, no, sorry. I'm not buying this for 1 second.
A grandma?
I
Are you
am.
grandma?
And not to be disrespectful or anything, but Kaylee has gained weight if you look at older pictures to newer pictures. So I absolutely don't believe she was doing hardcore speed.
Okay,
I
they,
am a grandma.
they know them.
I
Okay.
have 7 grandchildren.
Perfect. Okay, so I think we said 15, or that was 15. So number 16.
Do you know who supplied the drugs?
I don't know enough to tell you. I know that person.
Kim, me too. I gained a lot of weight on Adderall. That's why I said, all right, I'm not going to say Adderall.
I told the police who I believe it is, but I can't put anything behind that other than hearsay.
Do you think it was from the sorority?
No.
Sigma Chi?
I think Sigma Chi is I think that, so with my nerve verbiage, I think that they're the
It's
plug.
possibly from a fraternity.
I believe that they are I think Sigma Chi, and I'll actually, guys, you know what? If Sigma Chi, you're listening, I'll go to town with you. Take me to court. Take me to church. I'll take you back because I do believe they are. And Pi Taps at Wazoo, and I will say that out loud and I will scream it. I stand behind what I say.
You had mentioned, without throwing the names out, that there was a few houses within Washington and in Idaho that were known to be a place where you could score some drugs. How many of those houses are there?
That I know of 5.
Okay.
Between the 2. And the police have had that for 2 years. This information is not new to them. I've given this to them for 2 years, which is why I called the FBI when I first found out about what happened, because I knew it was connected.
Okay, well, I have a piece of fact for you guys. So
Good.
Volunteering is not a requisite because of the PhD program, because it can and it would violate the Americans with Disabilities Act. So they can't require it, but he could be an intern, but it is not a requirement of the program. So I went ahead and I looked that up.
Okay, so I will go through and find the information I received, and I'll send that to you because I didn't know that. I didn't know the rules. She told me.
It's just in terms of like requirement, but he did 100%. Like he filled out an application to be an intern, and I believe that he would have been accepted based on his everything that he would have had. I don't know how you're not accepting him. He's a PhD student. He's teaching. So, but I went ahead and I looked something up, and I just wanted you guys to know that.
And that's
Okay, just to clear a record, just because you're a PhD student doesn't mean the police have to hire you. So if Brian was as weird as people think, I can see why he wasn't hired as an intern. So just saying, I don't know what she looked up, but that's not right.
It's good to know because I'm going to turn that around on the school on Monday for sure.
Yeah. Tell them that
because I have that, and I will send
it's
you.
It's against the Disabilities Act. He cannot be required to do the volunteering, and I can send you all that too.
Perfect, and we will approach the school together on that because the school. So what
But I do believe he was an intern. I do believe he was working for WSU, and I do believe that was the problem with if they release certain things, it would come out of what he was doing with WSU in terms of.
Okay, right there, let me stop you. Lana, words of I believe, that's perfectly fine for you to believe, but don't put it out there as fact. And earlier you said it was fact. If you believe he worked there, that's cool. That's totally cool. But about an hour ago, you said you know for a fact that he worked there, that he was an intern. So which is it? Now you're saying you believe. Big difference. Big difference.
Like that's where you're talking about. And I just think that it needs to come out. And I think that it will, but I'm telling you right now, Ann Taylor slapped it down. Jeez. She put her motion in. She wants to up this. She wants to get a reduced bail. They have something, and whatever they have, it's not, they're not trying to do this to get in the court so that he can plead guilty to something. That's not what this is about. Ann Taylor is coming full force. asking for reduced bail, asking to push up the preliminary hearing, and they're coming with something. And I just think that people need to be
I'm glad, little devil.
aware of that.
Right.
That's coming.
I think you're right.
And-
And she's done that before.
For the record, though, I don't hate Justin. I just find him boring.
That's her
Yeah.
MO. Like,
And-
if you have an MO as an attorney.
And she sniffs out. If we have anybody
Mhm.
on this force that has been in a situation where they have been caught in a compromised situation with their quote unquote reports,
Right.
you know, she's going to go to town on that.
Oh.
But I think at the end of the day, whoever is guilty, I think that this encompasses a lot. I think that to try to save something, they may try to bury, to try to save the university's certain, persona.
Their numbers or quote,
Yeah, this,
because-
that, or the other. Mhm.
If you go through and look at their police reports, their activity log, so schools are,
See, I was thinking the same thing. Since when is Brian disabled? What is he disabled? I don't get why she said he was disabled. And I kind of missed it because I was looking at chat. Is she acting like she's best friends with the Is she acting like she's best friends with the lawyer? J Frog Food Network. Dude, I heard he read a 46-page report. Can you fucking imagine him reading 46 pages? Oh my.
So they can't require it, but he could be an intern.
Welcome, little devil.
honestly, and
I just had to break it up. I just had to.
I know, right? I think you're too beautiful to hide behind glasses, and I think he's handsome in glasses, right? We gotta choose.
So it's even.
Yeah.
Do you know who supplied the drugs?
Program. So he wants to get a reduced bail. And
Right.
everything that he would have had. I don't know how you're not accepting him. He's a PhD student.
Right.
He's teaching. So, but I went ahead and I looked something up, and I just wanted
Good.
you guys to know that.
And that's good to know, because I'm going to turn that around on the school on Monday for sure.
Yeah. Tell
And
them that
because I have that, and I will send
it's
you what
against
I
the Disabilities Act. He cannot be required to do the volunteering. And I can send you all that too.
perfect, and we will approach the school together on that, because the school. So what
But I do believe he was an intern. I do believe he was working for WSU, and I do believe that was the problem with if they release certain things, it would come out of what he was doing with WSU in terms of like that's where you're talking about.
Right.
And I just think that it needs to come out. And I think that
Definitely.
it will, but I'm telling you right now, Ann Taylor slapped it down. She put her motion in. She wants to up this. She wants to get a reduced bail. They have something, and whatever they have, it's not, they're not trying to do this to get in the court so that he can plead guilty to something. That's not what this is about. Ann Taylor is coming full force, asking for reduced bail, asking to push up the preliminary hearing, and they're coming with something. And I just think that people need to be aware.
No, Lana, it's called they're looking for something. I don't know why you think they have something. They have nothing. They are trying to investigate as much as they can. If they had something, please, Lana, learn how the law works. If they had something, they would want to present it immediately. This is not the trial. This is to see if it goes to district court. That's all the preliminary is. Do they have witnesses? Prosecution, yes. Prosecution will have witnesses in order to make sure that it goes to trial. They're not bringing anything to a preliminary. All the preliminary, even if they had something, even if they fucking made up something, it doesn't matter. A preliminary is just that. It's a pre-trial. Again, you have witnesses, yes, in order to see if you're going to go to trial. That's the whole point of a preliminary. The prosecution needs to prove it's enough to go to trial. So anyone believing this fucking bullshit she's spewing, that, oh, they have something and they're bringing it. No, if they had something, they would have fucking brought it, or they're going to save it for trial. You're a fucking moron. My God. Yeah, and since when is Brian disabled?
Aware of that.
Right.
That's coming.
I think you're right.
And-
And she's done that before. That's her
Yeah.
MO. Like,
And-
if you have an MO as an attorney.
And she sniffs out. If we have anybody
Mhm.
on this force that has been in a situation where they have been caught in a compromised situation with their quote unquote reports,
Right.
you know, she's going to go to town on that.
Oh.
But I think at the end of the day, whoever is guilty, I think that this encompasses a lot. I think that to try to save something, they may try to bury, you know, to try to save the university's certain, you know, persona.
Their numbers or
yeah, this,
because-
that, or the
right.
other. Mm-hmm.
If you go through and look at their police reports, their activity log, so schools are, I learned this with this, ranked by the reports they put in. They don't report it. Now I know I've made a plethora of reports. Oh God, all day long I will make a report. If I see it, if I see litter, somebody littering, I'll tell. Well, probably not, but I'm just saying, I'll tell. I say something. They do not report. They respond. They don't report. Reports don't go into the measured system of schools, like as of the rankings for schools. And so Washington State University wants to keep their ranking. In fact, they've actually amped up their actual way to graduate, right? You have to have better grades or whatever. And my kids had good grades or whatever, but they've made it harder to graduate from there now. So they're paying attention to that. That's the monies they get. All of it. It's federal, right? It's all politics. And I truly believe that one of the people involved absolutely has a parent or a relative, and you can come at me, bring it. I will talk to you. I will speak to you if this is your child I'm speaking about. So you know that people has an uncle who's top tier in the legal system
Capone, I'm 52, not 53. Don't make me a year older. I'm only 52.
Idaho. And this is why we are here. He is the one who turned. And I don't think anybody would argue that with me.
You also know that it is up for re-election year, right?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So
You
we
also
want
know
this
that I call him Dick Tracy.
Here's my question, though, and this is what I don't understand about what Kim was saying. If you make a report to a school or a school campus, who are they supposed to report it to? You're reporting it to them. Who are they reporting it to? Wouldn't they be the last stop? Unless, you know, it's something where they need to report it to the police. But if they are the police, if Washington State is run by Pullman police, then who else would they report it to? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe she said earlier that Pullman police run that channel, run that school. So they wouldn't need to report it to anybody. They are who you report it to. Am I wrong?
I think it's Dennis. Dick Tracy. Yeah, he only prosecutes, like, he stays away from males in the Greek life, and he prosecutes drinking and stays away from assault.
Yeah, but I thought she said earlier that campus police are Pullman Police Department. Did I hear that wrong? Didn't she say like they own the town or something? Campus security doesn't write reports. Is that what she said? I mean, I'm not going to go all the way back, but is that what she, I don't think that's what she said, though.
Assault and
right, assault and battery. And do you know how many millions of dollars that family gives to the schools?
Yeah,
the school at U of I? Over $1 million a year.
Yeah, I think people need to really look into like all that stuff that's going on. But I think at the end of the day, anybody that's talking about, you know, and made a motion on 111, just because you wrote something in on 111 and you think it's outdated, it's when somebody gets to something. But 100% they're going back into the courtroom on April 26th, I want to say.
That I think, but I guarantee, I think that they're gonna pop up with something sooner. And I kind of knew this all along because that thumbprint, he can explain. His sister already did. She wrote a letter
Yeah. Well, I'm just simply
I'm
saying
not
about
sure
when
if
they're
that
going
was
back
her
into
sister.
court. They're going back into
Right.
court on April 26th to reduce bail, and they're going to be talking about pushing his preliminary hearing up from the
Right. He no longer
June
needs the time.
26th. They're
He knows
going
what
to
he
try to
thinks.
push that up.
So I have a question. Where does he go?
Okay, has anybody heard that there's court in April? Because I have not heard that. And I would think that someone like Brian Enton, who's been there, would report that. Is she the only one reporting that? Because again, I don't watch too many people, but I haven't heard that. So I'm just confused. Because again, I have never heard, and I follow Twitter, but I haven't heard this April 20th. I heard June, I think it's June 26th, but I never heard this April date. I know, right, Kim?
Where do they put him? Where do they put him then? Where does he go?
No, I just mean they're going to push up the date to
I
hear
know,
it.
I know. But if he gets released on bond, even with a bracelet or an ankle bracelet, whatever, where does he go? What community does he enter?
I think he would be in witness protection.
He'd probably go back home to where mommy and daddy are.
He
Now,
can come here. I'll take him.
Okay. Coffindoffer did talk about this WSU rumor stuff on Twitter. Which WSU rumor stuff? Which one? She spewed a lot. Yeah, July 26th, I believe. I think. Yeah, but where is it, Dark Horse? I'm saying that nobody is. I haven't heard that at all. That would be public record. If she knows it, then everyone would know that. Oh, good point, Coffee. There is no bond to reduce. So that's a lie. Oh, a review of bond. They're not going to give it to him. Because he's from another state. Yeah, but I'm saying I haven't heard that. I haven't heard an April date from anybody, is what I mean.
For a hot minute. I'll take him for a hot 10. Are you kidding? I will.
so you had mentioned.
I don't necessarily think that he's going to get it, but I do.
Right.
I agree with JD there. I just believe that we have to stick to the Constitution. Otherwise,
I agreed.
Everything.
I know.
Thank you, Stacy. That's what I was looking for. Is it on the Idaho court website? Sweet Carolyn, can you look? You love looking that stuff up.
I know. I would have run a lot of people over by now if it wasn't against the law. I would have.
Yeah.
All right, Monica's saying the date is 6/26, not April. Can someone double check? Please?
So
I own that.
It's just because when you have somebody, you have them. You don't need to do anything fancy.
Right.
If
Right.
somebody is so
You
dead in
don't
the
have to do
water
anything
and they
fancy.
did this,
Fine.
just do it the right way and
Right.
you're fine.
And be
All this
honest.
secretive shit, like, why do you need to be
Why?
so secretive? There's nothing to be secretive about.
Well, I think if we get down to the Christ Church, and all of you haters hate me more, I don't care. Their theology, their ideology is insane. Do you think somebody's going to tell me what to do, or one of my girls? I tell you, they are not. Nor are they going to tell my sons that. We are individuals. We are people. We have rights, right? Exactly what you're saying. But I think that we have to get deeper there. Moscow was like actually Russia during COVID. We went there to play ball so my kid could play ball. It was the only city in the country, literally. I bought more plane tickets to go all over the world for my kid to play ball so we could be on the circuit, so we could be seen, and to not get an he didn't need it. He doesn't need a scholarship, obviously, but I mean, we'll pay for a school, but an opportunity. Only place in the world, literally, was Moscow, Idaho, and Garden City, Idaho, which is actually lovely. Garden City is lovely. It's like
this is what I recommend, Kim. I recommend seeing if somebody will go ahead and look at digital stuff of like your kids or whoever contacted them, and actually sit down and do like a digital footprint of when they were called or when they were told anything, and then I would turn that over to.
Oh, and she was sued for a lot of things. Harassment, stalking, defamation, you name it. She was hit for it by Unmasked. It's online somewhere. All right, Hootie, you looked it up. June 26th at 9 a.m. But other people saying it's on the court document. Okay, preliminary hearings in June. April is bail and status hearing. Okay. As long as someone could send it to me and prove it, I'm all for it.
Because I know if I was a parent and in the situation of something happened to my child, I'd want to know, like, I would want to know these things, so I would want the information. And
So should I just turn my cell phone bills over to, like?
Yeah, like I would look at your cell phone bills yourself, and then look at the dates and ask your your children to look at the dates, and just look at your cell phone bills, put together the timestamps, and then if they saved any Snapchats, they can actually do digital polls on that. Everybody thinks that Snapchat is gone after the the 24 hours. That's totally not true.
Oh,
they can go ahead and dump all of that. Yeah, oh, hell yeah. They teach you that. They teach you that, like, there's certain apps out there that you think are like the safest, but they're not. If you want something that's probably like the safest in terms of like encrypted stuff, it's probably WhatsApp.
Right. That's overseas. When my son goes overseas, he uses WhatsApp. That's probably
But I think that if you truly feel this way and you feel that that something is off, I would sit down and get all of the things that could prove that point, and then talk to somebody that you trusted, whether it was a law enforcement agent or a lawyer, and say, hey, we want to get this in the hands of the police. Or I would also go to the family. I would do both.
So I have reached out. Olivia told them that they can ask me any question, I will answer it. There's things I don't want to say that I know. I would tell Steve because Steve has seen the worst of the worst. Like,
if there was just something that there was, if it was there, and I just wouldn't want. For me as a parent, I know that I'd want anybody that was involved. I would want to know how this happened, and I would want to make it so that this could never happen again.
So it could never happen, right? So it can never happen again. Like, if somebody, and so Peyton has eyes on her, and still something happened last weekend in her house, right? And I don't know if it's a message. Like, what is this, The Godfather? Are we really these people? Like, come on, that's ridiculous. But
I mean, there was the coyotes being thrown, or dead animals being thrown on some sorority house before. While all this was coming out, and I think they think that was some sort of hazing event. Now, to kind of just go back to this situation, you had mentioned that the roommate, or your daughter's friend and her boyfriend, that there was a little bit of a change of a story as far as where they were that night. Do you think that they are close enough to have been involved as far as being maybe one of the people that were outside that morning?
I do not believe that her sorority sister was, but I do question, and I've stated this to all of them. I trust that Morgan wasn't. Oh God. Oh. But I said that. But I do not trust that
The boyfriend.
And the thing, and as
in my opinion, she doesn't remember what she said. She originally doesn't remember what she said, and now she's all fucked up because she can't remember what she said. Because one thing about the truth, it doesn't change. So if she was really telling the truth, her story would be fucking consistent, and it's not. It's all over the place. And another thing, now I just forgot. I was going to stop it, and I didn't. Oh, Southern Gal. I saw what you sent me on Twitter. That was just a letter stating Brian was just doing a follow-up. That didn't mean that he was hired. It just means he went for that he wrote a follow-up letter, which is what you should do.
As time continues to go forward, I keep asking my kid, where did she sleep? Like, right? Like, why wouldn't I see her? Why was she gone by 7:30 in the morning if she was drunk till 2? Like, I don't understand. I dropped you off and then I picked you up and I never saw this kid. And I see this kid all the time. She's a kid I hug and say hello and ask how she is, you know? I mean, I've known her for 4 years now. So I don't know her boyfriend. I know she's dated him for a long time. I've not seen him. I've rarely seen him, which isn't weird, really, necessarily. We don't really ever know the boyfriends. But
In that,
so I have reached out. Olivia told them that.
Okay, I backed it up because I want to hear what he asked her again. Yeah, Eminem is way cuter. I agree. But I want to hear what he asked her again because it sounds like she just spun it and went her own way instead of answering the question after she forgot.
They can ask me any question. I will answer it. There's things I don't want to say that I know. I would tell Steve because Steve has seen the worst of the worst. Like,
yeah, if there was just something that there was, if it was there, and I mean, I just wouldn't want, for me as a parent, I know that I'd want anybody that was involved. I would want to know how this happened, and I would want to make it so that this could never happen again.
So it could never happen, right? So it can never happen again. Like, if somebody, and so Peyton has eyes on her and still something happened.
Okay, not for nothing, but you can never say that it will never happen again. Many, many kids are killed every single day. Mass shootings, the one in California last night. You can't stop it. You could take away all the guns in the world. And guess what? 4 kids were murdered by knife. So yeah, there's no way to stop it. What you do is stop putting false bullshit into the world. You stop with the conspiracies. You stick with the facts, and you ain't got to worry about it.
Last weekend in her house, right? And I don't know if it's a message. Like, what is this, The Godfather? Are we really these people? Like, come on, that's ridiculous. But
well,
you know,
there was the coyotes being thrown, or dead animals being thrown on some sorority house before. While all this was coming out, and I think they think that was some sort of hazing event. Now, to kind of just go back to this situation,
I can't understand half of them. I mean, I know my ears aren't bad, but I feel like they're mumbling. What was a hazing incident? What is he talking about? Hey, crime, what is he talking about? A hazing incident? Who, what, when, where, why? Help. Because all I hear is muffled mumbling.
you had mentioned that the roommate, or your daughter's friend and her boyfriend, that there was a little bit of a change of a story as far as, you know, where they were that night. Do you think that they are close enough to have been involved as far as being maybe one of the people that were outside that morning?
Okay. So for those of you that, hold on. Crime and Beautiful. Olivia's on the outs with the, yeah, I heard that. I asked Molly about that. I'll tell you about that after. But okay, so he just asked if they were, oh, okay, Kim, thank you. The Hudson guy, is that what they're talking about? But that was 2013. All right, so just so I'm clear, or just so you guys are clear, what he asked her, do you think your daughter and her boyfriend were outside the morning of the 13th? Hey, Tony. That's what he asked her. And this is her answer.
I do not believe that her sorority sister was, but I do question, and I've stated this to all of them. I trust that Morgan wasn't. Oh, God. Oh. But, I said that. But I do not trust that.
The boyfriend.
And the thing, and as time continues to go on forward, I keep asking my kid, where did she sleep? Like, right? Like, why wouldn't I see her? Why was she gone by 7:30 in the morning if she was drunk till 2? Like, I don't understand. I dropped you off, and then I picked you up, and I never saw this kid, and I see this kid all the time. She's a kid I hug and say hello and ask how she is, you know? I mean, I've known her for 4 years now. So I don't know her boyfriend. I know she's dated him for a long time. I've not seen him. I've rarely seen him, which isn't weird, really, necessarily. We don't really ever know the boyfriends, but and I think my daughter questions it. I think they all question it now. I think they just believe she crashed on the couch, and she shot him a message the next day, and I said, "Did she say it to your face?" And
Wait. Somebody slept at the house?
So we're
At her daughter.
Why is Lana smiling if she allegedly never heard this before? Why would Lana be smiling? If you're surprised by something doesn't add up. If you did not concoct this together, why would you be smiling? I don't get it.
House.
Yeah, so where my daughter got the information from was from her sorority sister, not a roommate. The roommate is in a different program and lives in a different city in the state of Washington, but she and several of the girls who are in her sorority house live in a different place because that's how they're finishing their college, right? But they're going to graduate together. So, but when they're in town, they don't have a place to crash, so they had to crash at my daughter's house or somebody else's house, or maybe at UI where somebody's boyfriend is, or I don't know, like at the sorority house, because you can stay in any house if you are a member of that house in any state. So so that's kind of so that's not an unusual thing for her to believe that she heard she was there with her boyfriend and left. That's not I don't find that to be alarming in any way, shape, or form. What I find alarming is the amount of information she had. And what my son said to me was,
now let me just remind the universe, the only thing he asked was your daughter and her boyfriend in front of the house. That's all he asked. None of that. That's why I wanted to hear it twice, because she went off on a tangent for absolutely no reason. That is a simple question. No, my daughter wasn't there. No, my daughter was there. Because I think in earlier chat, in her first interview, she said that her daughter and your boyfriend were outside in the morning, or somebody was outside. I'll have to go back and listen, but I'm pretty sure she said that they were out front and her daughter was texting her because her daughter got this information at 10 a.m. and they all went over there. I'm pretty sure that was her first interview. I have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that was her first interview.
the relevant information she has on this crime is disturbing. And why?
Right.
And he's 20, like, right? I mean, he's not like, and and he's a baller. So
I was gonna say, is he an
awesome.
athlete? He's an athlete.
He's an athlete. So he opted out of Greek. He had an offer from every house. He opted out. He goes, Mom, I think I would die if I ever went to Greek.
Kim, she did, right? Either her daughter or daughter's roommate, somebody was in front. It was her daughter's roommate and her boyfriend. Okay. But he just asked that. And she's saying no. She's passing to a sorority sister. I think you're right. They all went there to clean up all the drugs. I could swear she said that.
And I'm like, good, then don't go. And they frown upon that at Wazoo. They frown upon, but athletes can go to Greek parties because, they're not allowed to be a part of that. Right, because you're athletes, right? Because you're an athlete, lady. That's right. And
You get invited to everything.
You know what? More power to you, right? The best of the best you are.
Yeah.
Great.
That's the truth, though. Like, that's the truth. Like,
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I bounced back from every baby because I was
they wanted to come to every...
I'm sorry, but I don't think Lana's ever gone to college or been an athlete. Just saying. Nor do I think she ever hung out with athletes. Just saying.
Every party we threw, and
right.
they were like, you guys can come anytime. And I'm like, okay.
You're a good time, Kim, Charlie, but you're not embarrassing anybody or yourself.
Yeah.
Kim, we have a question from our chat. Some folks are wondering, did you mention that there was 2 cars at one point outside, or?
So my belief is that there's 2 cars. That's what I believe. I believe
right,
one
but
is
you don't have anything
Well,
concrete
there's
about
pictures
it.
of that car on Greek Girl, yeah, at UI.
Okay.
And I don't know why they're not sharing that name, but and they frown upon that at Wazoo. They frown upon, but athletes can go to Greek parties because they're not allowed
We're
to be a part of
athletes.
them. Right, because you're athletes, right? Because you're an athlete, lady. That's right. And
We get invited to everything.
you know what? More
Yeah.
power to you, right? The best of the best you are.
Yeah.
Great.
That's the truth, though. Like, that's the truth. Like,
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I bounced back from every baby because I was
they
a
wanted to
gymnast.
come to every party we threw, and
Right.
they were like, "You guys can come anytime." And I'm like, "Okay."
You're a good
So
time,
Kim,
Charlie, but you're not embarrassing anybody or yourself.
Yeah.
Kim,
Thank
we have
you.
a question from our chat. Some folks are wondering, did you mention that there was 2 cars at one point outside, or?
So my belief is that there's 2 cars. That's what I believe. I believe
Right,
one
but
is
you don't
for.
have anything
Well,
concrete
there's
about
pictures
it.
of that car on Greek Girl, yeah, at UI.
Okay.
And I don't know why they're not sharing that name, but they all know whose car it was.
Thank you, Mark.
Right? So, I
agree.
You can say whatever you want about JLR. I don't care. He owns his shit. He did his time. Paid for his time. He is. If you want somebody to dig something up, check like
He'll
in your
find it.
computer. Oh my! Honest to God, it's too bad he went to prison and he can't get a legit job because he's a felon, because he's brilliant. I'm thinking to myself, how did you find that? I'll shoot him something and he'll find it. And it'll pop up. And I shoot you all the time, right? For all of you guys. Both.
I'm sorry, you didn't hear any of that. Who just says, I don't believe they were just smoking weed and drinking, but I believe from the start that someone was selling drugs there. The cab driver said it. When did the cab driver said that? I don't remember hearing that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't remember hearing it. So I did look up the sports thing. They are a Division I school for basketball. The Idaho Vandals are the intercollegiate athletic teams representing Idaho, located in Moscow. The Vandals compete at the NCAA Division I level as a member of the Big Sky Conference. That's basketball, isn't it? I don't know much about sports, but isn't that basketball? Yeah, I don't remember the cab driver saying that. Cab driver supposedly said the area, not the house. Yeah, I believe the area. If they're a Division I sport and one thing, then the whole school is a Division I. Well, if you look on Google, it just says it's basketball, right? No, because it doesn't say all sports. It just says the Idaho Vandals. It says University of Idaho, a Division I school. It says the Idaho Vandals are the intercollegiate athletic teams representing Idaho, located in Moscow. The Vandals compete at the NCAA. But you know what's interesting? They're a dry campus. That's why those guys got tickets. The possession, consumption, and sale of alcoholic beverages is generally prohibited on Idaho State University property. It's a dry campus. That's why those guys got serious tickets. I would never send my kids, I would never go to a dry campus. Hell no. Oh, it's football? I thought it was basketball. Some say basketball, some say football. But you might be right. If it's one school, it's the whole. If it's one sport, it's the whole school. No, but it's a dry campus. Oh, they have football. That's what I'm saying. Who goes to dry campus college?
I shoot just with discretion. I have 4 people I shoot to. You two, him, and Olivia.
Hey, Kim.
Although I'll dive into a psychic once in a while. Oh, you know.
Oh, I agree.
You can say whatever you want about JLR. I don't care. So that's kind of so it's not, that's not an unusual thing for her to believe that she heard she was there with her boyfriend and left. That's not an I don't find that to be
Okay. She heard that she was there with her boyfriend and left. Yeah, I'm going to show you guys in a minute, so it'll answer the questions. Okay? She heard her friend, boyfriend, whatever, was there and left.
alarming in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
What I find alarming is the amount of information she had. And what my son said to me was, the relevant information she has on this crime is disturbing. And why?
Right.
And he's 20.
The relevant information she has on what? And why is Lana smiling? Because she gave her the info to say?
Like, right? I mean, he's not like, and you know, and he's a baller. So
I was
mean,
gonna say,
he's
is he an
awesome.
athlete? He's an athlete.
He's an athlete. So he opted out of Greek. He had an offer from every house. He opted out. He goes, Mom, I think I would die if I ever went to Greek. And I'm like, good, then don't go. And they frown upon that at Wazoo. They frown upon, but athletes can go to Greek parties because, you know, they're not allowed to
we're
be a part of
athletes.
them. Right, because you're athletes, right? Because you're an athlete, lady. That's right. And
You get invited to everything.
you know what? More
Yeah.
power to you, right? The best sharing that name, but they all know whose car it was,
Thank you, Mark.
right? So, all you know.
Oh, I
and
agree.
You can say whatever you want about JLR. I don't care. He owns his shit.
Truth.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I bounced back from every baby because I was.
They
a
wanted to
genius.
come to every party we threw, and
Right.
they were like, "You guys can come anytime." And I'm
Mhm.
like,
All right, so they're talking about athletes, totally talking about athletes, and now watch what happens. That's why I kept rewinding it.
"Okay."
You're a good
So
time,
Kim,
Charlie, but you're not embarrassing anybody or yourself.
Yeah.
Kim, we have a question from our chat. Some folks are wondering, did you mention that there was 2 cars at one point outside, or?
So my belief is that there's 2 cars. That's what I believe. I believe
Right,
one
but
is
you don't
for-
have anything
Well,
concrete
there's
about
pictures
it.
of that car on Greek Girl, yeah, at UI.
Okay.
And I don't know why they're not sharing that name, but they all know whose car it was,
Thank you, Mark.
right? So, all you know.
Oh, I
and
agree.
You can say whatever you want about JLR. I don't care. He owns.
Why is JLR being brought up? I am way lost. That's why I wanted to watch this. I wanted to see how this transferred into JLR. What does JLR have to do with the second car? Was it JLR that came up with the second car? Did JLR put out a video about a second car? And that's where she's getting this from? Because that would be the only thing that makes sense. So if that's the case, let me know. Because otherwise, this has nothing to do with JLR. JLR trained her. Absolutely. If someone could go to JLR's channel, see if he put out a video about a second white car. Because again, that's the only way that this would make sense. Lana's a JLR fan too. There you go. Because JLR caught Dylan's boyfriend's truck on the LE cam. Huh?
His shit. He did his time.
That's
Paid for
fine.
his time. He is. If you want somebody to dig something up, check it, like
He'll
in your
find it.
computer. Oh my! Like Honest to God, it's too bad he went to prison and he can't get a legit job because he's a felon, because he's brilliant. I'm thinking to myself, how did you find that?
Okay, not for nothing, but anybody that thinks JLR is brilliant is extremely not credible. Okay? JLR can be described as a lot of things. Brilliant is not one of them. If he was brilliant, he would have won at least one of his 2,000 lawsuits against famous people. Yeah, brilliant is not a word to describe JLR. Just saying. Okay, that is true. He did find that. He found what? What did he find? What does a truck have to do with anything? I'm lost. Like, what does a truck have to do with anything? That's not a second white Elantra. They said a second white Elantra. I don't, fill me in. Maybe I'll go to JLR after this. You guys can like fill me in on what a white truck, what someone's boyfriend has to do with anything. And it's a big truck that looks like Dylan's boyfriend's. Okay, but what is the relevance? So someone in the house's boyfriend was driving away? I don't get it. What's the relevance? It's seen in the back. Oh, I know what white truck you're talking about. That's not Dylan's boyfriend. But where was it seen driving away? I know there was a white truck that I played it that was driving like that night. I'm sure a lot of people in Idaho have trucks. How did they find out it was Dylan's boyfriend? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, think it through. Dylan's boyfriend lives in Boise. Yeah, that truck is a little sketchy. I agree. Black pickup? I thought it was white. I know, there's only a million white vehicles. Okay, so I just don't get what a boyfriend has. His truck is black, so it's not her car. He's seen in pictures with one like it. It's Idaho. I'm sure a lot of people have trucks. Yeah, I'm confused.
I'll shoot him something and he'll find it and it'll pop up. And I will, and I shoot to you all the time, right? But all of you guys, both. I shoot just with discretion. I have 4 people I shoot to. You two, him, and Olivia.
Hey, Kim.
Although I'll dive into a psychic once in a while because it intrigues me.
What's your question, Blue?
I was going to say, Kim, thank you for coming on tonight. Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. And if you give me your number, I'll shoot you text too, because I shoot the detective all day long. If I see it, I shoot it to him. Yeah. Do I not?
You're drunk.
Yeah.
Right? And I have to tell you, this is so sad. It's heart-wrenching because, you know, sometimes criminals get away.
I'm a comedian also. I joke around a lot. So thanks.
Yes, you're funny and sweet. Oh.
See, Stone, thank you for catching that, because I thought I heard that. She's JLR's source. She said when I shoot something for him, he sees it and posts it. I'm so fucking lost. Thank God it's almost over.
You know what?
So Kim, you said that they described one of the guys that were outside as being the creepy guy.
Yeah.
Is that the guy that they also stated that they saw inside the house?
Oh. No, I have
Yeah,
to think.
thank you for coming on, Lana.
I
Oh,
have
thank
to
you.
think actually. So yes, I guess I believe that that's who that is, and I do believe it's him.
Gotcha. And so,
But
did they? So the rumor is that, according to what you put together and what your daughter has told you, you think that they dropped his name. They may have known who he was.
It's 6/26, 2012. Oh, thank you. Yes. So there's nothing in April, Huda. That's what they're saying. There's nothing in April.
Brian?
Yes, I think that I hope that the roommates told them. I do. Yes, I believe that they know exactly who he was, and that's how they found out who he was so quickly.
Now, I remember the last time we spoke, you had mentioned there was another incident that had occurred that night and you couldn't remember. Was that the hit and run that had occurred out there?
Yes, there was a hit and run, but there was something else, and I cannot put and I've looked through because all of it, Wazoo's records or the Pullman police records are like, things are missing. So, yes, the hit and run I knew about, but there's something else that occurred, and I'm not quite sure. I truthfully, honestly,
What's
have
up, Molly?
not been on Molly who,
You
right?
know, something else missing. My keys are missing.
I have not been on
That's good,
campus
Lou.
ever when there has not been a incident that required
Molly
police
gets wild.
response,
I'm
a
a fan.
gun, or anything. At one point, a year ago,
Yeah. How you doing tonight?
my husband and I were there, and the kids, there was a shooting, and that incident that occurred, and it must have been in September, beginning of September. And my husband, I grabbed the girls and brought them inside, and there was a kid outside. I grabbed him inside. We went inside and we went down. My husband went to the sorority house and grabbed the girls and brought them back because we were the only parents there. We were just bringing our son his suits for whatever he needed and visiting or whatever. So it was the first week of September. There was a shooting incident, and the guy who was shooting was standing right in front of the window, and I will tell you my daughter's address privately, but
Okay.
I'll do it privately, but not
Yes.
publicly, right? And so there has never been a time when we have been at that school where there has not been an incident that required police response or some kind of violence. That's unacceptable. And Peyton started her freshman year of high school after they went through Rush. San Martinez died from hazing.
Yep.
Right? And
Yep.
and that's unacceptable in my opinion. And these houses are dealing drugs out of them. Two specifically, and I've told the cop, and I call them all the time. Trust me, they know me by name, and I don't care. You can know me by name, you can criticize me, I can be
Does anyone remember the original question? Because I don't.
wrong, but you know what? Somebody needs to say something at some point, right?
Right.
So,
I still have to finish my 4 questions, Kim.
I know. I'm waiting. Go for it, lady. Shoot.
Shit. Well, you said that obviously they go to WSU. They go to
one's going to ASU.
It's only like 10 minutes apart.
Yeah.
Have your kids ever went to a bar on Idaho's campus?
Oh, so I asked, and that's really funny you say that. So Peyton just turned 21 this year. She had a fake, whatever. I don't care. Have a fake, whatever.
That's what happens in college.
Right? Like, I'm fine with that. And she said she's never been to the corner bar or club or whatever it's called, but she knows about.
Wait, now her daughter has a baby? She's in college on campus with a baby? What? You can't keep a baby on college campus, I don't think. Or maybe you can. No, I don't think you can. So her daughter's doing drugs, but she's having a baby. But she had a baby? I'm lost.
About it. And I said, why wouldn't you go? And she's like, I don't know. We just never got to it because we like V-Hall or we like whatever. They have 4 bars in Pullman, which I find extremely boring. Don't tell her. But, you know, it's like, yeah, there's way more fun out there. Like,
All right, Carolyn. No other court papers located. No video from JLR and a second vehicle I can find. But JLR is here in South Carolina for the start of the Murdaugh trial. What the fuck? At least he's there. I don't know where this man gets all his money to travel, but good for him. But thank you. I could not find anything that showed this August date. I heard she had 7 kids. Yes, I heard her say she had 7 kids. Maybe she called. No, I thought she said my daughter has a baby.
sorry, her freshman year of high school, after they went through Rush, Sam Martinez died from hazing.
Yep.
Right? And
Yep.
and that's unacceptable in my opinion. And these houses are dealing drugs out of them.
Oh, Huda, which email? PurplexedQT? I'll get it right after this is over.
2 specifically, and I've told the cop, and I call them all the time. Trust me, they know me by name, and I don't care. You can know me by name, you can criticize me, I can be wrong, but you know what? Somebody needs to say something at some point, right?
Right.
So,
I still have to finish my 4 questions, Kim.
I know. I'm waiting. Go for it, lady. Shoot.
Shit. Well, you said that obviously they go to WSU. They go to
one's going to ASU.
It's only like 10 minutes apart.
Yeah.
Have your kids ever went to a bar on Idaho's campus?
Oh, so I asked, and that's really funny you say that. So Peyton just turned 21 this year. She had a fake, whatever. I don't care. Have a fake, whatever.
That's what happens in college.
Oh, she had a fake ID. Every college student has a fake ID. That's not a big deal. Hey, Rich.
Right? Like, I'm fine with that. And she said she's never been to the corner bar or club or whatever it's called, but she knows about it. And I said, why wouldn't you go? And she's like, I don't know. We just never got to it because we like V-Hall or we like whatever. They have 4 bars in Pullman, which I find extremely boring. Don't tell her. But, you know, it's like, yeah, there's way more fun out there. Like, honey, go to Seattle, then you'll have fun, right? Or whatever. So she said she hasn't, and she has no reason to lie to me because I don't.
Okay, wait. You only get to answer with 1 word.
Oh, sorry. I know.
I gave you like 20 seconds.
Okay, so
so you would say no.
No.
Okay. So
thank you for reining me in.
We already got the
gist.
No, we already got like that you were a fan of Jonathan Lee Riches, so we got that out of the way. So that was like number 12 question, so I get to throw that out.
You know what? You can throw me any questions you want. I will answer them as truthfully as possible.
Okay, so the SWAT shootout at WSU's campus.
Mm-hmm.
Did they get an alert for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. They went from using rubber bullets to using real bullets. Did they ever talk about that on campus?
No.
Okay. And then
possible.
Okay, so the SWAT shootout at WSU's campus.
Mm-hmm.
Did they get an alert for that, right?
What SWAT shootout and what the fuck with the guy? What does this have to do with anything? All right, Huda, I'll look at it in a minute.
Yes.
Okay. They went from using rubber bullets to using real bullets. Did they ever talk about that on campus?
No.
Okay. And then Kaylee's parents were told that there was like a shootout, that basically somebody came into a party and shot the place up using a gun, basically, instead of like that people were stabbed. Did you hear anything about a gun versus like stabs? Like, did your family know?
No. So no, that is, so I'll tell you the information I got. I know it's more than 1 word, but
okay.
So my daughter called me on the morning of the 14th. She said, I want to stay because I want to go out. And I'm like, no, the fuck you're not. Your dad's driving over right now and he's bringing you home. And if you think you're staying, you're fucking wrong. So you're coming home. Thank God. So that night at 4 a.m. or 3:30, I got an alert, shot up. And what I got was Southside, which is where my son's
Would she get that for college? I mean, I guess I get stuff for high school. Love you too, Shasta. Welcome, Des.
dorm is, but he was home, is on lockdown. Shelter in place. SWAT's responding to a gunman who is shooting at two of his roommates in coffee house apartments. Coffee house apartments are Coug run. They are owned by Cougs.
Yeah.
Right. And they are mixed people, like PhD people, people who are whatever, maybe people who are he guards. This guy let his roommates go.
Yeah, he let everybody go. The whole place was cleared out.
Uh-huh.
They switched from rubber bullets to actual bullets.
Because so then recently I heard he lit a fire. Maybe?
Yes, Carolyn, I want an autograph and your picture with him.
Okay, I haven't heard that.
They released the 911 and they said there was a fire. So I don't know if he lit the fire or if there was a smoke bomb. But that was on. That was on campus. That was not off campus. It was on campus.
Okay, so like it was
right.
So, we got two questions real quick I wanted to ask you. Do you know the person who owns the other mantra with the initials CK? Did you ever hear that?
Yes.
Do you know who that person is?
Yes.
Okay. And
do you want to say their name?
Why the heck not? Well, should I?
Spray it.
His uncle is Showalters and Schreiger, right? I mean, like, everyone in that Sigma Chi house knows, including Hunter Chapin, which kills me.
Now, we have one other person saying that does she mean BK and two others were at 11:22 at the AM after?
Wait a second.
No.
Can I hear that one more time? Wait, what did you just say?
Me?
Yeah. Wait. You're saying that there's a white Elantra that goes by the initials CK?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Alana never heard that before. It's critical K. Alana never heard that before. Like, can't you tell how sincere she is? She never heard that. Absolutely not. Lana, get the fuck out of here. Hey, Joseph.
And
Showalter's parents asked, I think Showalter, I'll just say it. I don't care. Come at me, dude. Showalter said, I think he turned and his parents said, we want to work through it. I don't know where he is. This is all alleged, just so you know. This is my mom thoughts. As a mom, I would not let my kid play with your kid. I'm just going to say that straight. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think that, he was part of it. I don't think he knew he was going to be part of it, which is why he told his parents and turned. He was dropped from his house. Getting dropped from a house is brutal for kids and boys and psyches. He failed college, dropped out, and he failed. So where he could not come back. The first semester he failed, got dropped from his house for abusive behavior. Yes, I do believe that he was throwing carcasses at the fraternity houses, but I think he was emulating or copying the behavior of his brothers who did it several years prior.
The other question that came through was if you saw if the two others were after in the morning. That was that night, correct? When there was multiple people seen at the house?
No, I believe Hunter Johnson was at that house, and I believe Hunter Johnson followed Kaylee out of the house for the police, and he didn't do it for a reason. He didn't want to go to jail. He didn't have her back. He didn't care about anybody. Hunter Johnson, if you look at what he said about Ethan at his memorial service, watch it.
I got some information on that. We'll talk about that more after the show, because I got a little bit of intel on that as well.
So, and my uncles are calling me now, so no, because my dad's gone. I think my uncles were actually, somebody's listening, and they're telling me,
Yeah.
and I'm not going to be quiet because guess what? Hunter Johnson is, and I don't know where he's at. I do not think Jack D is involved. Do I believe Jack D knows what happened in Adam? Yes, I do. I believe they were taken down a rabbit hole and they were introduced to drugs, and I believe that it was a misstep and they didn't know what was going to happen and they didn't expect this to happen. And I think that some crazy ass, like that professor, whatever, I'm not going to even say his name, took advantage of that situation. I think it was
I think we
parallel
should
crime.
just stop talking about all of this. I'm not comfortable with any of this. I'm
I
sorry.
know, right? I know.
I'm just not
I know
comfortable
my
with any
uncles
of
are like
this.
firing me
So,
up.
like, I'm just not comfortable with it. And
I appreciate your.
What is she not comfortable with all of a sudden? I don't get it. What is she not comfortable with?
I don't want you to say anything that you don't want to say, and I don't want you to say anything that.
Correct.
I just think that
Yeah, especially like if we're
I just think that-
speculating, you know,
I
we
don't feel
might.
like I'm speculating, but I do appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah,
And I want my kids to be safe, and I don't have my girl in my vision. So when I get her in my vision, and I will say anything if my kids are safe. If I have to go, I have to. If someone wants to take me out, because I'm not going to sit around waiting for bad to happen, because bad is happening. It is bad.
Yeah. Well, we're over 3 hours, so I think
Yeah. We're getting kind of close to the end.
I do appreciate both of you, honestly.
Yeah. No, for sure. Don't go anywhere, Kim, because I want to talk to you a little bit further.
And I believe Hunter Johnson followed Kaylee out of the house for the police, and he didn't do it for a reason. He didn't want to go to jail. He didn't have her back. He didn't care about anybody. Hunter Johnson, if you look at what he said about Ethan at his memorial service, watch it.
I got some information.
All right. What Hunter said about Ethan at the memorial service. Hunter is brother or Hunter Ludlow? Because Hunter Ludlow is dead. So he didn't say anything at the memorial service. That's where I got confused.
The other question that came through was if you saw if the two others were after in the morning. That was that night, correct? When there was multiple people seen at the house?
No, I believe Hunter Johnson was at that house, and I believe Hunter Johnson followed Kaylee out of the.
Who's Hunter Johnson? Who is Hunter Johnson? I never even heard the name.
House for the police, and he didn't do it for a reason. He didn't want to go to jail. He didn't have her back. He didn't care about anybody. Hunter Johnson, if you look at what he said about Ethan at his memorial service, watch it.
I got some information on that. We'll talk about that more after the show, because I got a little bit of intel on that as well.
So, and my uncles are calling me now, so no, because my dad's gone. I think my uncles were actually, somebody's listening, and they're telling me, and I'm not going to be quiet, because guess what? Hunter Johnson is, and I don't know where he's at. I do not think Jack D is involved. Do I believe Jack D knows what happened in Adam? Yes, I do. I believe they were taken down a rabbit hole.
Guys, help me out. Who the fuck is Jackie? I'm more confused now than I was 10 minutes ago. But this is what happens when you don't watch a lot of people, and then you hear things. I don't even know who Jackie is. Who's Jackie?
And they were introduced to drugs, and I believe that it was a misstep, and they didn't know what was going to happen, and they didn't expect this to happen. And I think that some crazy ass, like that professor, whatever, I'm not.
Oh, Jack D. Thank you, Scooby. Okay. So now she's going back saying that it's Hunter and Jack D that did the killing, not Brian. Right? That's what she's saying. Shut up! That Jack D is the one that did it. Gotcha. People fed her well. Because the cops have no idea, right? I mean, they just arrest Brian for no reason.
going to even say his name, took advantage of that situation. I think it was.
I think we
parallel
should
crime.
just stop talking about all of this. I'm not comfortable with any of this. I'm
I
sorry.
know. I know.
Okay, again, I pose, what is she not comfortable with? Please tell me what she's been discussing it all fucking night. Now all of a sudden she's not comfortable? What are you not comfortable with, Lana? You make no fucking sense.
I know.
I'm just not
I know.
comfortable
My
with any
uncle's
of
like
this.
firing me.
So, like, I'm just not comfortable with it. And
I appreciate your.
I don't want you to say anything that you don't want to say, and I don't want you to say anything that.
Correct.
I just think that.
Translation. I don't want you saying anything that's off script that me and Johnny and Olivia and everybody gave you and fed you, and now you're going off script, and I don't want you to fuck up. So that was that translation. Guaranteed.
That,
Yeah, especially like if we're speculating, you know,
I don't
we
feel
might.
like I'm speculating, but I do appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah,
And I want my kids to be safe, and I don't have my girl in my vision. So when I get her in my vision, and I will say anything if my kids are safe. If I have to go, I have to. If someone wants to take me out, take me out, because I'm not going to sit around waiting for bad to happen, because bad is happening. It is bad.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we're over 3 hours, so I
yeah. We're getting kind of close to the end.
I do appreciate both of you, honestly.
Yeah. No, for sure. Don't go anywhere, Kim, because I want to talk to you a little bit further. But we are going to be closing it down, y'all.
I just want to say thank you though to you guys. I want to say thank you to Kim. I want to say thank you to Blue and everybody that's been in chat. If you spent your Friday night being here with me, whether you love me or hate me, I'm that amazing that you spent your Friday night here. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I want to thank. Yeah.
I appreciate that too, and I want you to have my number because I will tell you everything. But be prepared. I will text you for days.
That's fine. I just want everybody to, you know, this is the bottom line is that they have a guy, he's in handcuffs right now, he's behind bars, and I just want, you know, whatever the truth is there, and I want everybody that is accountable, or I want everybody that is involved to be held accountable, because if it was my kid, okay,
Newsflash, Lana, you have no say over any of it. Any of the bullshit you put out doesn't change the facts. There's one thing to speculate on cases. It is one thing to discuss cases. That's why I say I'm not a true crime channel. I am a case discussion channel. We discuss cases. There is nothing you're going to say or do that's going to get Brian out of jail and Jack D in jail, or a professor or somebody else. That's not going to happen. So you putting it out there that you just want the right people involved. I think the cops have a pretty good idea of who did it, and he's sitting behind bars. Just saying. Brian was a loner. Brian didn't act with a bunch of people. You're putting out a bunch of shit for clicks and views. Own it and move on. Unfucking believable.
I wouldn't be. What do you mean immunity? There's no immunity here. Like
right?
If you were involved in any capacity, like, what do you mean immunity?
Right.
Well, we wouldn't get him if we didn't do this. And it's like, wait, what explain to me what happened though? What do you mean we have to give immunity? Right. So I want, if I was a parent in this type of a situation, I am a parent. Mm-hmm. And if this was my kid, there's no way. I'm just not dealing with the devil. And I think that this is just way more in depth than people think. I think this goes to roots that people don't know. Yes, and I think.
Oh, I get it. The same thing that Kim said originally, that the church is involved. And if I remember correctly, Kim actually used those exact same words. This is bigger than what you think. This is bigger than what people believe. And look, Lana just said the exact same thing just a few days later. Wow, amazing how that works.
I think that if you brush it under the rug, then you're being naive to how this ever could have possibly happened. Because the cops said from the get that this was a targeted, isolated attack. And I want to know why they would ever say that.
Right.
Because
and it's
I wouldn't feel that it would be.
Right. And mushrooms grow from campus to campus, right? Mushrooms are a fungus.
So thank you though for having me.
Thank
And
you
then
so much.
I'm looking forward to next Friday where it's a double date. So we're here tonight. We're gonna be at my channel next Friday. So but thank you guys so much. And again, thank you, chat. Thank you to all your subs, members. Come on over next Friday. Daniel, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
I think this was great. And
yeah, I want to say thank you to everybody in the live chat. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Lana. Big Blue. He, I'm not sure where he went, but
Well, he's tucked in tight and he should be sleeping.
yeah, I'm pretty sure he's knocked out somewhere.
He's
But
a doll face, though. He's a love.
I want to appreciate everybody in the live chat. Thank you guys so much. But this is going to be a wrap. Don't go away, guys. I want to talk to you guys for a little bit further.
all right.
Isn't that cute? They're going to discuss the whole thing off camera and they can congratulate each other of how well they did. And Kim, you were great. You stuck to everything I told you to stick to. Amazing. They're all fucking scammers. Every single one of them. Because honestly, if you can watch this girl, if you can listen to Kim and think she's legit, you do not deserve to be in true crime. You do not deserve to be a creator if you really believe this chick is legit. I'm sorry, but yeah, no. All right, a couple things I got to look for because Huda sent me something. Whoop. Yeah, and next week, I bet she'll change her story again. Good question, Capone. What did we learn? Actually, I did learn a lot. It confirmed that she's a liar. And it confirmed that what's her name is just as shady as always. Olivia is just as shady. Yeah, strings on a bulletin board don't make you an ex-cop. Amen to that. Okay. Brian denied bail in first court appearance. That I know. That we know. Brian had no court. That was from January 18th. Newly unsealed affidavit. Judge then set a hearing for January 12th. Yeah, Brian has no bail set. That was the first thing. Second thing. Whoop. Court appearance. Yeah, this will be is the June 26th. Yeah, I'm not, you hear my stomach? I'm not seeing anything about April. My stomach. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about April. Surely there's a lot of idiots on YouTube. Oh, the other thing I want to look at. Yeah, he waived right to a speedy trial, probable cause hearing. That's in June 26th. There's nothing for April. Bryan Kohberger have a status hearing in April. Nope. Status hearing was January 12th. Preliminary hearing June 20. Can you guys hear my stomach? Preliminary hearing June 26th. There's nothing for April. There's nothing in April. Nothing. So if someone could show me a court record, because I'm not finding anything. You or someone else should go on one of the shows and ask them to show how they vet their sources. Well, what I think vetting their sources, honestly, what I think is they probably found out that she has a name. She may live a couple of hours away. I mean, I don't doubt that for 1 second. But no, there's nothing in April. Let me try JLR. Lawyer wants bail out for BK. Okay, but where's the proof? That's what I'm asking. Where's the proof that there is a court hearing in April? Yeah, June 26th at 9 a.m. Correct. But Lana's saying there's one in April. So that's why I'm curious. And then people in here was saying it was true. Okay, show me the proof. That's all I'm asking. Show me the proof. Because Huda sent me proof that denies that there is none. Because Kim said so, exactly. She's trying to push it. But Kara, where's the proof? That's what I'm saying. Where is the proof? Just because she said it doesn't make it true. Yeah, Lana said it. No Bailey's on capital murder charges. I didn't even think of that, Janelle. You're probably right. Okay. Bethany Funk with mystery guy. Bryankohberger case. Why is she with a mystery guy? Bryankohberger, People Magazine hoax. You don't know? I have no idea who Jackie is. No, they're saying Jack D. I've been on so long, my stomach is starving. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Dylan Morrison, 10 a.m. phone call on 11/13, which came from Kim 4 days ago. Let me show you guys so you know where I'm at. Carmen Fernandez connection? Who's that? It's in June. They will change to a big city. You think they're going to change it? I don't think they're going to change it. I really don't. I don't think a big city is going to make a difference. Because they can't change the state. So even if they change it to Boise, I don't think it's going to mean much. When did Bryankohberger demand Dylan's phone number? Did I miss something?
You a boss and I conclude that. Super chat, who was that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
When did Brian demand Dylan's phone number?
Before we get started, I just want to mention our partner DataSeal, whose service happens to align with something I am very concerned about: your home address.
Oh my God, this motherfucker got a sponsor? Wow.
The defense of Bryankohberger, they are demanding discovery. from the prosecution for his case. But
Okay, dumbass, that's standard material. All the other side demands the discovery. That's standard law. That's like law 101.
I want to show you something in the discovery that to me is very disturbing. First, this is the discovery that they are demanding. This is a motion filed by the defense of bryankohberger. Ann Taylor, as defense attorney, public defender, is asking for discovery. And it lists numerous things they are asking the prosecution to give to them. The request for discovery. I want you to look at number 6. Number 6. Let me show you something about number 6 in the discovery.
Oh my God, he does look like Callie Lou. You're right.
If you have the discovery, look at number 6. Check it out. And here is number 6 in the defense motion for request of discovery. State witnesses provide a written list of the names, addresses, phone numbers, and or other reasonable means of contact for all persons having knowledge of relevant facts who may be called by the prosecuting attorney as witnesses at trial, together with a NCIC report and a Spillman report of any such persons.
Are you fucking kidding me, JLR? The man who has done thousands upon thousands of lawsuits. That is fucking standard shit. Nobody's demanding anybody's phone number. That is standard discovery.
You a boss and I conclude
Wow.
that. Super chat. Who is that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you prove that.
Yeah, this is standard discovery, guys. There is no demanding anything. And 40,000 people have watched this video. I'm scared to look at the comments. Scared. Hold on. It's not Brian Askva, it's his attorney. That makes sense. They can run background checks in case of cross-examination. That's not why they do it. Oh my God. Guys, let me explain something to you. In case you don't know. Because it seems comment after comment is saying this. All right. A lawyer works for their client. In legal terms, JLR is right. It is Brian asking for it. Because in legal terms, they don't separate, like, it's your client that's asking for it. The lawyer is just the middleman. So they will say that Brian's asking for it. Brian wants this, Brian wants that. Because the lawyer is just the middleman. That's legal talk. So if anybody in his comments or in here, that's why you hear it like that. Just like if I start a case against Kim Watts and I'm the prosecutor and she's the defendant, no matter what happens from the beginning of that case, even if she countersues me, I'm still always the plaintiff and she's always the defendant. That's just legalese. It doesn't matter. Anything that falls under that case number, anything that goes on, I'm plaintiff, she's defendant. So same thing with this. With a lawyer, no matter what, it's going to be for Brian's asking for it. The lawyers just writes it up. That's why. It's standard procedure. Someone said this is normal. Only attorneys have access. But isn't this kind of the way? All right, so his people weren't that bad. BK seriously enjoying giving an accused murderer the address. All right, giving an accused murderer the address and phone number of an eyewitness is absurd. Okay, Rebecca, let me explain. Nobody's going to personally give it to Brian. The lawyers are going to keep it. The lawyers most likely aren't even going to do anything with it. but they ask it because they want every possible thing that the prosecution can put on the stand. They don't want any surprises. They want to check out these people. Who are these witnesses? Where are they getting these witnesses from? How are these witnesses coming to be? That's why they do it. So it's not that they, even though Brian wants it technically, it's not for Brian, and Brian doesn't get it. So, and that's anything. He may be able to read the discovery, but being that he's in jail, he probably doesn't have access to that. His lawyer will give him certain things that he's allowed to see if, let's say they say that he was sitting in the passenger seat of a red car at, the corner of 5th and Main. Well, the lawyer would give that paper to Brian and say, look, is that you? Can you prove it's not you? Because they're saying this is you. That they'll show Brian. But they're not going to hand Brian over phone numbers and shit like that. So just so you know. Yeah, they have a right to depose witnesses. Someone says there's a no contact order. The entire point of no contact orders is to allow everything to keep functioning. Of course, they won't be granted any personal data. Thank you. Their demands are absurd. No, that's Dr. Latina? What? Please tell me it's a different Dre Latina. Their demands are absolutely standard. There's nothing absurd about their demands. It's standard. Absolutely standard. I thought restraining orders were in place. Oh my God. 6 months of torment by defense attorneys after experiencing trauma. Did hear the information you reported on Dylan from Drunk Turkey about the fact that this was a drug house. All right, here we go. I did hear the information you reported on Dylan from Drunk Turkey, I believe, about the fact that this was a drug house, and she called her friends to tell them to help her to get the drugs out of the house. I am sure this makes an accessory to the crime since she didn't report this as soon as she recognized the students were dead. She, in fact, waited another 2 hours. You see how rumors fly? Is exactly how rumors fly. So JLR says it. Kim says it. Isn't it amazing how they're all connected? So she opened the door 3 times, which heard someone cry. Is this correct? They only need to provide if they intend to call as a witness. No, that's not true. Well, yeah, that is kind of true. Stay strong, Dylan. They can get a hold of you through your attorney. According to the DOJ, it isn't unusual for defense attorney. It's not you don't need DOJ for that. That is scary because we don't even know if there was another person involved and helped him. Oh my God. Love your personality and makes a show. That's quite disturbing. Dylan's personal information should not be distributed to anybody. Oh my God. It won't be, I promise. It's not going to Brian, it's going to his lawyer. The judge told him he couldn't contact the survivors in any way. Thanks for keeping us updated, JLR. I just watched on another channel that DM and BK did know each other. Wow. Yeah, they're all, Heels on the Ground discovered this. They're definitely all in it together. Great investigating as always. Stay safe. I could probably do 10 hours on these fucking comments. Thank you for all that you do. They want to subpoena her phone activity or lack thereof in order to refute her claims. No, not really. I'm sure BK's lawyer will be questioning DM in court. Of course, she's a witness. That's so dangerous for Dylan. She should not be subjected to that terror and victimization. And her info should not be released. Hey, Nan. I don't think the prosecution has to give that out. Oh, yeah, they do. What Brian teams wants doesn't mean they'll get it. Yes, they will. They have to have everything. The prosecutor has to find another way for a testimony. Are we sure he acted alone? I heard a restraining order issued, so that would be a big mistake. Oh my God, I can't. They better not give her info. This is why people are afraid to report crimes. Okay. You know what's scary though? These people are on a jury. These people will be on a jury one day. That's the scary part. Yeah, she can, Huda. Unfortunately, literally unfortunately, lawyers can ask for extensions from now until, they'll usually grant like 3, but odds are they're not, and I'll give you the reason why. Odds are they won't deny an extension, and here's why, especially with this kind of case. And I learned this myself. The reason why judges constantly give extensions, because the case that the lawyer is working on is not their only case. They could have a stack of cases, which most lawyers have at any given time, especially public defenders. So when you have a lawyer that has a lot of cases, maybe this case went sour, that case went sour, this case needs an extra attention, and it put this case on the back burner. That's why judges will always give extensions, because, they'll have to explain to the judge why they need an extension, but that's why judges most likely won't deny it. And that's fact. Good. I so agree. She needs to be deeply investigated. I fear for her life. In many cases, witnesses are killed before the trial. This is scary. No, what's scary is you can write that. That's scary. I wonder if they found a phone call to call someone before or after the event. These people are nuts. Made a half-hour video showing how JLR had sued the Pope, Barbara Wald. Yeah, he did. Alice down the looking glass went so hard scouting her out, referring to NK. Huh? Yeah, but that's why judges allow continuances. I learned that from my attorney. Like, I learned that firsthand. That's why I said that's a fact. I mean, there are, like, rules in place that you're only supposed to, like, the actual rules, the laws of any state will give a different reason, but my lawyer explained to me, like, that's really the reason, because they don't know what else this isn't my only case. That's how I know. Lord have mercy. These people are nuts. Absolutely fucking nuts. A normal procedure. I'm not a lawyer, but this is normal. I just said not normal. Yeah, this is crazy. Crazy. Yeah, because I was mad that the lawyer gave my ex, an extension. I was pissed. And then that's why he explained it to me. Yeah, you have, oh, absolutely, Forty. Okay, John Wayne Gacy's house was destroyed. But he has a thing, John Wayne Gacy lived here. But Gacy's house was burned to the ground, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was. Oh, yeah. All right. So do you believe Ethan, Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana, Dylan, and Bethany are using hard drugs? Yes, yes. Big time dealers. No, these people are morons. 86% out of 459 votes, 86% said no, these people are morons. And 14% said yes, they were big time dealers. I personally don't believe they were big time dealers. Yeah, that's what I thought, baby girl. I thought it was burned to the ground. Secrets. trying to be an asshole? But why do you have Dylan, the one that's not even spelled the same? But what's the relevance here?
Jonathan Lee Rich's Investigates. I am covering the tragedy out of Moscow, Idaho. I'm traveling and I just saw the sign Dylan, South Carolina, and then I was just reminded of Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, two of the surviving roommates inside the Moscow home where 4 college students got brutally stabbed. Authorities arrested bryankohberger for those murders. He's going through the process right now, court cases and whatnot. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk. Reading the affidavit of probable cause. The affidavit of probable cause that was filed by Corporal Brett Payne of the Moscow police. It said in the affidavit of probable cause that Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, and they used their initials, it's them, both made statements to police. But in the affidavit of probable cause, it gives specifics on what Dylan Mortensen said, but it does not give specifics on what Bethany Funk said. Why? Why does it describe in the affidavit of probable cause what Dylan told the police, what transpired, but says nothing in the affidavit of probable cause about what Bethany saw?
Okay, I've had enough. I can't listen to this anymore. He is a fucking moron. Like, for real. A fucking moron. Can't do it. Wow. Just wow. There's no big conspiracy, but now I see how they're all connected. All of them. They're all connected with this fucking nonsense. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't. But it all makes sense. They're all spewing each other's shit. Now, I'm not even going to bother going to Lana's channel because I can't do that. I've already spent like 3 hours with her. Can't do any more. But wow. Just wow. I know. Look at his fake ass media hat. He's a decent storyteller. I mean, if you don't know any difference, I can see why you're excited by this. But, oh my God. Okay. I'm blown away. It's sad. Definitely fucking sad. As far as the shoe print goes, Huda, my understanding, okay, or what I know about this, it was a latent shoe print, meaning that it was not like a bloody shoe print. That latent shoe print could have been there for a month. I don't know why they only found one. You would think there'd be footprints all over the place. The fact that it hasn't been talked about, or the police dropped that but didn't follow up, I don't know. I don't know whose it is. But I personally don't think there's much to it. And the reason being, if you remember the way the house was, and Dylan claimed that he walked past her. We don't know what direction the shoe print was in. Was it coming or going? Was the shoe print old? Was the shoe print from one of the victims? Was the shoe print from Dylan, her boyfriend? I don't understand. I'm not a cop, though. I'm not an investigator, so I don't know if it even means anything, or if I'm missing something. I don't know. But I think the direction of the footprint would be interesting, which way it was going. Yeah, it is, Callie. Let me pull that up too. So I don't know. I just don't know. There was no blood. It was a latent shoe print, which means they just found it using luminol. Was it luminol? No, not luminol. Was it luminol? I don't think it was luminol. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember now. Thank you, Let's Go. And for members, I posted the Discord link in members. It's just the one. in front of her door to match Dylan's storyline. But that's what I'm saying. We don't know if it was Dylan, if it was one of the kids. We may never hear about it again. Amino Black. I think it's a shoe print that stood out different. Yeah, but wouldn't there be two? Because that's what I'm saying. Wouldn't there have been two shoe prints? Because you can't walk with 1 foot. You got to have 2 feet. Oh, amino blue. Okay, so there wasn't blood. So it could have been anybody's. You're right. They didn't have to tell us that much. But they don't follow up with anything either. Call my dead daughters drug-dealing prostitutes. I would burn your house down. I agree with that. Yeah, why only 1 footprint doesn't make sense either. You're welcome, Kim. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, you can't, unless only 1 got blood on it, maybe? You can hop, you can, but she didn't say that he hopped past her. But the only thing I could, but then again, if there was blood on it, the killer was 1 leg. If there was blood on it, they wouldn't have needed the amino acid to find it. You know what I mean? It was a presumptive blood test and amino blue for the footprint. Yeah, but why only 1 footprint? You would have to have 2 feet. It's bodily fluid. Okay. But they don't know when it was put there. Maybe Dylan found it when she walked out of the house. I mean, when she walked out of her room and then walked back to her room. All right, so let me, hold on. 1 footprint fits in numerology. Hell yeah. All right, think about this though. If Dylan, all right, follow me here. All right, I'm saying this as I go, so just follow me here. If Dylan killed one of them, okay, and went into a room, went into their room, and got it on her feet, it would be on both feet. If she, again, follow this through, if she killed them or had anything to do with it or went in their room and came out of their room, she would have wiped her feet. And she would have wiped that off. So either way, you'd still have 2 feet. If someone else did it, then again, it would attract from the house. That's true. OJ only had 1 glove. They would attract it from the room, from their room, from the room they were murdered in to Dylan's room. Now, someone brings up a good point. Could be that they had covers on their feet. That's possible. But did they take their covers off at Dylan's room? And was Dylan really in that room, or was she downstairs? Like, either, any way you put it, none of it fits. Like, with all the stories, not one of them fit together. You know what I mean? Oh, no, coffee and crime. Coffee can solve the crime. Elvis did it. It's that simple. It was Elvis. Easy breezy. Case solved. Elvis did it. What if someone stepped in and realized they was stepping? See, that's what I thought too, but then it would be open to the eye. So that doesn't fit either. Why would they tell us about one and not the others? Covers are messy. They drag blood. I like mine fucked up, lost shoe cover. But even if you lost shoe cover, wouldn't there be another footprint? Footprint over footprint walking. That's what I said originally. And it would only contact where your feet put pressure on the sole. Maybe they just want to compare that size with the foot size. he must have stood there and spoke to her. I don't know. There is a killer had blood on one foot, but if he had blood on one foot, he would have tracked it from the room that he killed her in. You get what I'm saying? He would have tracked it. You don't, if you step on it, you wouldn't have stepped on it then. And if it was blood, it would be seen by the naked eye. Oh, who had the receipt active? I didn't know they released the receipt. Well, he was like 6 foot. I mean, he's got to be at least a 9'10", and that's giving him, you know, that's a small foot. I would say average is probably a 10 or 11. You know what I mean? Doesn't seem that far-fetched. There were trace amounts of blood on one of his shoes. But wouldn't it been tracked? It wouldn't just come off in Dylan's room. It would have tracked from where he came from. I don't even think it's Brian's shoe print. Honestly, I really don't. It was late. Wouldn't have had to be wiped up to not be seen with the naked eye. So, yeah, it was in the affidavit. I agree.
You a boss and I conclude that. Check, who was that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you do that.
They're only telling us about this one. Yeah, I know. Hold on. What's it called? Amino Black? Forensic Science. Amino Black. All right. Now, I heard Murphy didn't have any blood on him. Patterns in blood, such as ridge detail or footwear impressions, can be enhanced through one diamond-shaped footprint. Well, that's let me read this. I know it had I thought it was a diamond-shaped pattern, not a diamond-shaped footprint, but a diamond-shaped pattern, like on what you call it, like on a van, is what I heard. Patterns in blood, such as ridge detail or footwear impressions, can be enhanced through the use.
Check, who was that? You didn't have to do that. You a big dog supporter and you do that.
Enhanced through the use of amido black. Amido black is a general protein stain. It will react with proteins found in blood, but not specific for blood. Use of amido black results in a dark blue to black staining of the protein that can enhance the contrast and visibility of patterns or impressions and allow for easier documentation. In the images below, treatment of a painted cement floor with amido black revealed an apparent tread pattern in blood. The tread pattern on the boot appears similar enough to the tread pattern observed on the floor that the crime scene team would collect both for positive testing at the trace. All right. I don't know. This is why I'm not to me, that looks like fingers. This looks like a baby shoe and fingers. I wouldn't be a good detective. No, not luminol. Amido black. It's different. Luminol tests blood on objects, if I remember correctly. It's been a long time. But I'm pretty sure luminol does objects, and then amido black looks for patterns. That's what I'm saying. There's prints all over the place. But the reason why I'm saying it may not mean anything, because if there were kids in the house like they say they were, and the kids were called first, it could have been one of their footprints. It could have been Bethany's footprint. Could have been anybody's footprint. That's why I don't really read too much into it. Yeah, but a lot of them own diamond shaped patterns. They would only be prints if it made in blood. No, not according to this. Oh, you know what I think the difference is? Here's what I think the difference is. I think the difference is that luminol doesn't look for patterns. Luminol just looks for blood. But amido black looks for actual patterns. That's the only thing I can see the difference. No, I heard there were no bloody paw prints. I think he was put in the room instantly. Are you guys following Murphy on Instagram? He's now up to like 100,000 followers. But there's a video that Jack posted with Kaylee. And she's sitting there. I was like, I would not want to be her parents. False what? What false? Yeah, many college students have Vans shoes. I agree with that. But it's not footprints. They found one footprint, which I still don't get. Yeah, splatter on walls. It doesn't look for patterns. It looks like a man is shoe size. Where did you see that? It was late in that day, meaning that you can't see it with the naked eye. But they must have found something. My guess is they found something when they were laying out luminol, and then they laid the amino to get the pattern. Shoe prints stand out because of the size of the shoe compared with the size of the students. But Dylan was pretty tall. I bet Dylan had a 10 or 11 foot. Cut was different. We don't know if they talked about one though. They wrote it in the affidavit. It's important. No, I agree with you that the footprint is important if it matches to something. Ethan was tall. Oh, you know what I just thought of? Total speculation. Like really complete speculation. You think maybe Brian wore their shoes leaving? Like he put on Ethan's shoes walking out of the house? You think that's possible? Right? I don't know why I just thought of that. Maybe he put on Ethan's shoes and walked right out and left his shoes there. I don't know. He had to have clean shoes. That would be weird, but he had to have clean shoes. No? Alright, it was just a thought. I just don't understand how he walked out with killing 4 people but didn't get blood on his shoes. Maybe he left his shoes at the door. That's possible too. Different shoes. That's what I was thinking. They check all party shoes inside. Him going to criminal classes, he definitely wore shoe covers. But where are they? Where are the shoe covers? Where are the clothes? Where's anything? If he left shoes, they would pull DNA. Yeah, that's true too. All right, dumb statement. He could have taken his shoes off. So, but I didn't say it was probable. Yeah, but where is his clothes? Did he burn them? Did he put them somewhere? It's got to be blood all over the whip. It has to be, even if it cleaned. I don't know. Latent means it was light, not seen. Latent means it's not seen by the naked eye. You couldn't see it with the naked eye. Laura delirious? Okay. I don't know. It's just a thought. Stripped the cover all off when he got out. I think maybe he burnt it too. That's what I was thinking. He just burned it all. But someone would have seen a fire. I don't think he held it that long, Kim. I think he got rid of it immediately. Yeah, it was found with the luminol. Some homeless guy is probably wearing his old killing clothes. Maybe. He was expecting Ethan and was chancing another guy being in the room. I don't know. See, one thing we don't know, are they missing any clothes? Are they missing any shoes? Are they were they hoping to find a trophy in his apartment? Were they hoping to find, you know what I mean? That we don't know. Kohberger had on his shoes. He burnt the shoes and clothes. Don't make me snap. I'm getting off in a minute anyway. I've been on so long. I think he burned it out the national forest when he drove, possibly. I don't doubt that either. Let me check this real fast about the shoe, because I know Huda's been talking about it too. Hold on. Either bag of clothes or thrown in an incinerator. I think you burned the clothes too. Hey, Jamie, best way to not get caught is just burn it. And burn it somewhere secluded. All right. Hold on. Thank you, Janelle. All right, so let's pull up. All right, as far as I can make it, it's as big as I can make it. So I apologize if it's kind of small. All right. Due to the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team. By first using a preemptive blood test and then it's amido black. Even they wrote amino. It's not amino. It's amido with a D, not an N. A protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans shoe type just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. That's all it says about it. It doesn't say anything else. So it's really not saying anything. Yeah, jail doesn't have shoes like that. Jail's got like slippers. Jail shoes are like flip-flops. Remember the shoe with the C on it? I think it was one trophy. Thank you, Court. Jail slides. Thank you, Jerry. And they're ugly. And they're uncomfortable. Trust me. I wore them for 30 days. They're horrible. Yeah, they're like flip-flops, like sandals, except they're pure rubber. You want to beat somebody over the head with them. They give you Crocs now? They never gave me fucking Crocs. I had to wear these shitty-ass orange sliders that were awful. They're horrible on cement floors. Don't ever go to jail. Don't ever go to county unless you want to wear cement. Walk around in cement. Every law class I've studied had included some form of forensics and then had to specialize in forensics itself. And the cops don't even know it's amido instead of amino. Did I hear right? Maxwell is giving an interview from her jail cell. Spilling some names. Oh, I don't know. Always wear socks if you plan to get arrested. Hell yeah. They didn't give me shoes when I got arrested. Oh, they didn't? Oh, yeah. They have to give you shoes. I did, Carolyn. I knew how to do it. I just didn't have time to sit down and do it. Bryan Kohberger's job interview is online. Yes. His interview was follow-up. I have a follow-up letter. Someone sent me the follow-up letter. But it was really nothing to it. Oh, Seattle 5 News? Hold on. You guys never want me to get off tonight. YouTube Seattle 5 or... Oh, but there is no video? Well, this is new. I came across something else. So the grand jury could speed up Bryan's case. Prosecutors can undercut the procedural maneuver by seeking a grand jury indictment, which would also spare the surviving roommates from having to sit in court across from Kohberger and face cross-examination during a preliminary hearing. I did not know that. And that was 2 days ago. Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. But yeah, they could actually speed it up. I had no idea. That visual snow is bullshit. He didn't have it. You can't read if you have visual snow. Yeah, if it goes to a grand jury. I had no idea. I didn't know that. See, you learn something new every day. You said Seattle on YouTube or news? Because I'm not seeing it on the news. I need to read more stuff because I'm like behind. Because I don't follow this like every day. I just know what I know. Alright. Something just came on my... Alright, YouTube. King 5 Seattle. Alright. Let me go to YouTube. King 5 Seattle. Yep. There we go. It's only 44 seconds. Hold on.
Learning tonight, the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students, Bryan Kohberger, had an online job interview with Pullman PD. He was one of 4 candidates for a position with Pullman PD. King 5 investigators submitted a public records request to get the documents which detail this new development. We know from the documents obtained, Kohberger had an online job interview with the chief in April 2022. We have a copy of a thank you email he sent after the meeting. He was one of 4 applicants for a research assistantship for a public safety position. And the job was supposed to start in August 2022. The records that we obtained don't say whether or not Kohberger got the job, but we have reached out to Pullman PD to get an answer, and we have not heard back yet, but we'll keep
You didn't hear me. How is that new information? I don't see how that's new information. There's nothing new about that. Like, it's not a big deal. If he got the job, he would have started. I don't get it. He got the job. Look at that. I don't see where they get that from, though. And even if he did get the job, who cares? Who cares if he got a job doing public safety? Who gives a shit? Why does it even matter? doesn't take away from anything. I don't get it. I don't see what the big deal is. He was not hired. He was not. Yeah, if it was an internship, he wouldn't be on the payroll anyway. Yeah, Murphy had no blood on him. That's what I thought. But let me show you what I did get. Hold on. Twitter. All right, if anyone cares, Jennifer Coffendoffer says, hold on. Jennifer Coffendoffer says she believes that person is bullshit. Southern Gal, what is this? Hold on. I don't know. Can you resend it to me and make it bigger? Oh no, I think that's just the extended gag order. You know, that's just the extended gag order. You scared me there for a minute. Okay. Nope. So Brian sent a follow-up to Gary Jenkins. It just said, Chief Jenkins, it was a great pleasure to meet with you today and share my thoughts and excitement regarding the research assistantship for public safety. I look forward to hearing from you. Best regards, Brian. Brian, great to meet and talk with you as well. April 12th, 2022. That's it. Brian did the right thing by sending a follow-up. There's really nothing more to it. Hi, you're welcome, Kathy. I don't think he got the job. Because it would be a follow-up by someone saying you were hired. His feet would have to be bloody because that only picks up if they found it originally from luminol. Luminol only picks up blood. Once they realized they had something, then they put down the amino acid in order to get the pattern. So there kind of did have to be blood. He didn't hold on to it that long. Yeah, I don't think he got it though. Or whoever this was would have had a follow-up. And this came from Coffendoffer. So I'll say it's legit. If this came from anyone else, I would not believe it. But it did come from Coffendoffer. So I believe it. She's one of those people I don't really, even though I don't think she's the brightest banana in the bunch, I definitely find her credible. He'll learn when he wakes up in one of their basements. Yeah, I am going to shut down. This is off whack? What do you mean? No, I think that came from Coffendoffer. You've seen my troll mind to get the chats going. What? Who? I respect your decision. What, to shut down? I'm tired. I've been on over almost 4.5 hours. I'm turning into Zav Girl. Whose idea was peddle this drug house? I believe that's either JLR or Lana. I absolutely think it's JLR or Lana. 150%. But that's just me. So, all right. I am cutting out. I am starving. And then I am going to bed. So, he applied for the job only. I agree with that. Much love. Everyone order candles. I'm going to do a special coming up for Valentine's Day. So, you're welcome. Hey, Mickey. Yeah, it was a long night. Super long night. But thank you guys for all the support. Super chat. Love. Because you got to have love. Make sure you hit that subscribe. I only have 238. 238 likes. Come on, guys. You guys hate me. I'm telling you. There's a creator here identifying as an owl. Who? There you go. I just did it. Who? Who's identifying as an owl? Oh, Alicia, you came in late. You got 4.5 hours of content. You need a 24-hour stream? Yeah, picture that one. That was funny, though, when I said that, and then I said who. So that would be me, if that was a joke. Yes, remember Patreon is better with you in it. And again, members, I got 30 new members, or 32 new members tonight. And the link for Discord is in, whatchamacallit? Is in, see, I can't even talk right. Is in, on my community post for members. Patreon, I have to check. I haven't even looked. Patreon, I know, the joke tonight. I got it. That was me. Patreon is PURPLEXEDQT. All right. I love you guys. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I am starving. Thank you guys so much. Super chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, and that's it. I'll see you guys later. Peace. Don't forget, hit that like and subscribe because you love me, and hit that thumbs up.